Call the meeting to order. We're a few minutes late starting because we had a executive session on the matter of litigation before the meeting. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I did not even realize you were sitting here.
Okay.
Hi. Hello, neighbor.
First item on the agenda is going to be citizens' input for items not on the agenda. I'm waiting for the sign-up sheet. I don't know how many people we had signed up, but we did go with that. Just, it's easier than me trying to pick people out. Sometimes we have a lot of people here, so I guess Faith is getting that. Kelly?
I think I signed up at the top.
Okay. If you're first, we'll start with the...
Didn't want to keep
Okay.
sitting here waiting. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? No?
There you go.
No? Okay. My name is Kelly Hoover. I live in Iowa Hills. It's not on? It's on now.
Fine.
There you go.
Thank you, Dave. So my name is Kelly Hoover. I live in Pine Grove Mills. And what I wanted to speak on for just a couple of minutes is about the Toll Brothers development that was, the approval was put back in place by the Court of Appeals, and the Nittany Valley Water Coalition is appealing to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. It's very distressing that we lost on a technicality, which was the timeliness of our filing, which was that it had to be within 30 days of the tentative plan, which basically now just tells us that every time there's something proposed, we have to file something right away. So, but I'm just sort of joking there. What I wanted to bring up here is that there are two things that I'm most concerned about. We can argue back and forth about whether the water is at risk or not. My biggest concern is how this was handled in terms of Penn State deciding to give Toll Brothers 5 acres of land outside the growth boundary that was zoned rural agriculture for their stormwater management without coming to the township first, I assume, and asking if for a variance or an upzoning, and going to the other municipalities to get approval to go to expand the growth boundary. So on the merits of the case, Judge Grind agreed with us that the 5.5 acres should not have been used for stormwater management. It isn't in the PRD. And I find this distressing because what I mentioned 2 years ago when I was here and the board was getting ready to vote on this is that it sets a precedent. It could set a precedent. Let's hope it doesn't. That a municipality can do an end run around their zoning ordinances if a developer asks for that to approve a PRD. It also sets the township up for the potential of being sued by a developer if they don't get the same deal that Toll Brothers did. For example, I've noticed that the Harners are on the agenda today asking the board to consider going through the process to upzone some of their land that they're selling that's RA zoned, but it is in the growth boundary, to R1 and some of it to R2. They're doing it right. And I would really like to see this never happen again, and that I hope that other municipalities take a lesson from this and don't try to do the same thing. We have a COG for a reason. We should honor it and abide by it, and this should have gone to the COG for approval. And basically, you've noticed that we have an encampment out here. We'll be there a while. Penn State has noticed. They're very disturbed that they're getting bad press, but they made the decision to do this, and it was a bad one. So anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we don't have a whole lot here, so we'll be able to get everybody in. I wasn't sure how many people were going to be willing to speak. Next, we had Gail Sunday, but I think that was just on the Kansas Avenue?
Correct.
Okay, then we'll get that when we get to it on the agenda then. Sherry Menarchik?
Same deal.
Same on Kansas. He does on Kansas.
Same thing, okay. James Hines? Yes, please.
Hello, thank you for having me. I can't speak very much to the details regarding this development or regarding the court cases. It's far beyond my level of expertise. I can speak only as a citizen. I'm from the borough, but what drew us here in part was the aesthetic appeal. And I know it's a little passé to sort of talk about one's positions on anything if it's based on aesthetic appeal, but I think that the aesthetic appeal of this region, of this area, it being rural, it being agricultural, is something that has an immense amount of value, and it certainly does for my family. Whether or not, as Kelly alluded to, whether or not it, in fact, the Toll Brothers development, in fact, has any negative impact on water quality, I can't speak to that as well. I know people are torn on that. I can say, however, where there seems to be some consensus is that allowing this development beyond the growth boundary will put pressure on water, whether it's immediate or whether it's long-term. And one final thing, because there are people far more informed than I am who can get up here and speak to this. I would say that as a general principle of law, and I'm not a lawyer, but it's something that I do as a hobby. As a general principle of law, when there's one court case and the decision in that court case is based on the merits of the case, on the substance of the case, and when that case is appealed, and when the subsequent case is thrown out on a technicality, this places justice in a very precarious place. And I know this is not a court of law, but I would simply ask the township here to consider whether or not we want to move forward when technicality over substance is what made the final decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have David Hughes. Was it just, did you want to comment just on the map or also on?
I'll start off.
Yes, okay.
Hi, good evening. My name is David Hughes. I'm in the borough. So today I stood on the picket lines at the occupation site, and today I had a meeting in Old Main with David Gray on this issue. And as a professor at Penn State University, I am enormously proud of what this university is. James says that maybe we shouldn't talk about the bucolic vista, but it's the very bucolic vista that brought the location of Penn State to this valley, as well as the fertile soils. We are an agricultural research university, and we thought long and hard in 1855 where we were situated. This was not an accident. We situated it here for the reasons that it has a strong agricultural basis. So I was proud on 2 occasions today, but I'm also torn terribly as a person who really likes this university and also likes the community around it. We need to do a much better job of talking. I have advocated to the leadership that they should talk to Ferguson. I spoke to supervisors over the weekend, and I say you should speak to the university, and Toll should be part of this. The issue at hand is an illegal development. We can talk about views in water. On the issue of water, yes, the science is ambiguous. As a scientist, we can argue either way. But the studies, the tracer studies were done in November and December in 2011 or 2012, I think, or perhaps even 2009. In 2017, the amount of water we're seeing in these very large events is very different than 5 years ago. And in 5 years' time, it will be different again. It is incumbent upon Ferguson Township to implore for an additional level of study by independent hydrogeologists. What is the effect of climate change and 100-year floods on this region? And If it shows that there's an ambiguity there, it is also incumbent upon you to lay an insurance clause in here, such that any damage that comes out of here is payable by the developers. This is really important. So I would say everybody needs to go back to the table and talk more about this, but on a point of law, this is a legal development. It is clearly not what the community wants, and it is clearly something we need more thorough investigation on. I would say that I'm also talking with the university to talk about the living lab that goes beyond this. So there's really good things that have come out of this. We made a mistake a couple of years ago. We all recognize this. We can ask for more details about rectifying this. Also, as a member of the Nittany Valley Water Coalition, as a professor at Penn State, as a citizen, I advocate that we all speak openly in a large room together, because there's a lot of crosstalk. We need to get together, and that has to happen quickly. I think the board have the power and the duty to ask Penn State to come to the table, Toll Brothers come to the table, and let's talk about this honestly and openly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Scott Flume.
Good evening. I'm Scott Flume in 3144 Sheffield Drive. A couple of points. So I had mentioned on the sign-in sheet there was two things I'd like to address. So first of all, thank you all for your service, and I think as I sit through more of these, I understand more of the proactive approach that you all are taking, and being responsive to our concerns, and I know you share the same. So. Sometimes it may get lost in kind of the discussions, but thanks for what you're doing. The second is, there's a question that I have, and this may be taken offline, somebody can direct me. The idea of getting quantitative numbers to understand for this particular watershed that serves the State College Borough Water Authority, what is the carrying capacity in terms of human carrying capacity? And by human, I mean not just residential, but also industry or businesses. And I think the reason I asked this is that I'm not quite sure the way to go about this. I had contacted Penn State Extension to try to get some information of is there any information about how to understand the water coming into the watershed, the water going out of the watershed, and the storage capacity of it. And for planning purposes, what is that value? And then if there's a way to, say, divide total population, current population, or projected population, to have an idea of what that number is, total amount that's available by total number of individuals plus total number of industries or businesses, that at least allows a quantitative way for folks, all of us, to come to it objectively and say, okay, here's what we're dealing with. So if there's somebody that can guide me of how to go about getting information like that, if it already exists, if you can point me to it, I'd appreciate that, and it'll help me at least be more informed when I come here and maybe not ask questions that are already answered. The last point that I'd like to address is unrelated to water. So I have relatives in Pennsylvania who are homosexual, and it recently came to my attention that the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, in it, just to state it here, is the Act of 1955, PL 744, number 222, amended June 25th, 1997. And it prohibits against practices of discrimination, and I'll paraphrase this, prohibits against practices of discrimination of race, color, religious creed, and it names it several other ones. But what it doesn't explicitly address is sexual orientation. This concerns me a lot because, things like fair housing, which are also listed in this act, or employment in a secular institution, setting aside religious institutions, is that my relatives have to give at least a second thought, even though they could be fired or let go for cited other reasons. But in the eyes of the state, they're not recognized in terms of having a basis for saying, I was discriminated upon, or at least letting the employers or whoever may be renting them an apartment, that the state recognizes that they're equal citizens, that they can get married, if that's the law right now, but they still have to be quiet about it because the consequences of letting somebody know that they're married, their employer, may come back to affect their employment. And I had contacted Carrie Benninghoff to ask about this, just to understand what's the state of the current law. And are there amendments proposed? And what is the plans and what is his perspective on it? And I haven't heard back, and he's probably busy. I don't know at the municipal level what can be done, and if there's a discussion that could be done just starting here, just to understand what we can do in our township. And if there's interest to say we recognized sexual orientation, even though the state doesn't, how do I have that conversation begin? Because to know what it means for family members when they have to think about their life, the decisions that they make, and know that they are still second class is not acceptable in this country. And I want to do something to help that. So whoever would be willing to talk with me about that, my name is Scott Flume. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, Peter, did you want to comment?
On the carrying capacity of the watershed, I'm going to address that momentarily during my report from the Spring Creek Watershed Commission.
Okay, since we didn't have a lot of people sign up, if there's anyone else, we do have time. If anyone else cares to address the board at this point, that's fine, even if you didn't sign up, so. Yeah, you can make it.
You know, I've been involved in this piece of property longer than probably most of you people who lived in Ferguson Township. I got involved with it in 1960. It got rezoned in 1978. Nobody complained. It was not a spot zone. It was rezoned with the other municipalities as a good place to have a certain amount of growth. Yes, and I worry more about water than probably most of you because I've been involved with trying to protect the water and the watersheds in all of Center County. You can ask some of the hydrologists. That's been one of my professions for years. But the first thing I got a little upset about is to see when I driving down the road and see these illegal signs and people sitting on private property. It bothers me because it's illegal. I go to court, do what you want. If you want to pick on the Toll Brothers, pick on the Toll Brothers. I don't care, one way or the other than the fact that you do know if the Toll Brothers wanted to, they didn't have to bother with this real nice, fancy, bottled down development. They could have put a big brick 5-story building in there with about twice the number of people and also have their water retention pond on that piece of property without anybody saying anything, whether you liked it or not. And the township can't stop it because it is zoned for that particular thing. In '82, we did the remap, and we went from R4, at Ferguson, I think, changed all their R4 to R3. We just went from R1, R2, and R3 and that piece of property was looked at real close again. And that little 26-acre piece that fit in between there was looked at carefully. It was thought about what to do with it. The farmers that farmed it said it wasn't good farmland. And that came from a real farmer. He was also on the board. So the idea was there's 2 ravines there. How to protect those 2 ravines. If it's farmland, they can plow those 2 ravines. So you got somebody wrecks or what have you, you got 1 foot of dug up soil where anything that comes off that road is going to go into the ground. That's one. So by rezoning it to the R3 to match that other piece of property, just took the right of way so that they don't have to come through another development. They can come through Ferguson Township and go into their development. And this land, this piece of property, I can say has been scrutinized and sterilized and beaten to death more than any piece of property that I know of in the state of Pennsylvania. You can't get State College Water Authority to say it's bad because, yes, it's in a watershed. So is Pine Grove Mills. A few years ago, I thought I was going to end up in jail protecting Tussey Mountain, the development up there. I got no help. I didn't see any of you people here. Now, that was dangerous. That was back when they did the water study. That was State College That's when they put the dye in it. They put the dye in because I asked them to look at it. The only meeting in all the years that I served that I recorded was that one meeting that I went to discuss protecting Tussey Mountain. And I got zero support from most of the municipalities. All I wanted them to do was match what Ferguson Township was doing to buy that property so we could protect those wells. Yes, when they put the dye in, it took 4.5 hours to get from that part of the mountain into the well system. When they put the dye in Pine Grove, most people don't know it because you have to watch Pine Grove. You have a stream coming down off the mountain. And that stream disappears. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think it ever comes back up. Because down in Coral's house, there's another spring that comes down and matches there. So the only time you have water flowing through that stream is if you have a real bad storm and it overfills what the sinkholes can take. But as far as that piece of land goes, like I said, they didn't really have to spend the time and effort to do what they wanted to do. They could have come in here and said they're putting that 5-story building, apartment building. This is what we're going to do. That's where we're putting it. And the township couldn't have done a thing about it. But I do, like I said, feel very objective to people that's out there now doing that. I don't care if you go to court, I'll help you. But I feel very bad seeing something like that in Ferguson Township. Because I know it's illegal. I know the signs are illegal. And you may be getting people's attention, but my attention is I could say, if I went to the Supreme Court, if they asked me for a witness, I'd go and say, these are criminals. They're out there violating the law. So that's my feeling. And as far as that being disastrous to our watershed, that's probably one of the least amount of pieces of property that's disastrous. That, 64 acres out of 64,000 acres.
George. Yeah, could you identify yourself for the record also, please?
Please identify yourself.
Just for the record. Thanks. Anyone else? Yes.
My name is Bernie Hoffner. I am from Foxdale. I do not live in Ferguson Township, but I am proud of Ferguson Township for what they're doing now and letting that group stay out there to represent what is the best interest of this area. I am proud of Ferguson Township for letting that happen, and I'm disappointed in a supervisor who let it happen. It could have been a 5-story development. Sure, it could have been. And thank you for only letting it be what it is. But you didn't have to even do that. There was money involved, and you know that. And as a former supervisor, I know what control supervisors have, and they let it happen. And they should be ashamed of themselves. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Shake your head. No.
Anyone else care to address the board on anything that's not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. We have the minutes of the May 15th, 2017 Board of Supervisors regular meeting. Okay.
I move that we adopt the minutes from the May 15th, 2017 board meeting.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Did you see it?
Yeah, I have just a few questions / corrections. Some are relatively de minimis. Page 4, top of the page, in the motion, Ms. Denneny made a motion for political science. It's science. I think it was an autocorrect.
I sent that one in earlier.
And then on page 7, this is kind of de minimis, but it majorly changes the content, so I need to make sure I point it out. page 7, item 7. I'm not sure that we were meaning to say the Whitehall Road Regional Park was a major addition. In both of those paragraphs, I think we were saying the passive parkland. More
Yeah, that-
detailed discussion
okay.
followed on the potential parkland designation,
Right.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So I think, in my recollection, we briefly mentioned Whitehall Road Regional Park as being the kind of thing one could designate, but so maybe that's where the confusion came, but then the main discussion was about that lower parcel possibly being, are we
Right.
on?
Yeah, so if you
Okay.
want to make a motion that we,
Okay, so the motion is to remove Whitehall Road Regional Park in both places where it appears in item 7 and replace it with the potential passive parkland designation.
Second.
okay, the motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Opposed? None? Okay.
Okay, and then one more semi-de minimis, and then I have 2 content issues I wanted to bring to the floor. Okay, so the other semi-de minimis issue, page 4, 5th paragraph down, if you consider them paragraphs. Last sentence, clarification was noted that it is a permitted use and farm-based education for a particular site. And I don't understand, I know what we were talking about, but I'm not quite sure what that was saying. Clarification was noted that farm-based educational programs are permitted in ag, because we were talking about science.
Might the clarification,
Yeah.
let me do it as a motion. In that sentence, I would move that the word noted be replaced with needed. Clarification was needed,
yes.
that it is a permitted use. So we needed clarification.
Thanks.
Okay,
That
so
really-
noted to needed.
That really makes it make a lot more sense. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. And then just 2 more quick items. Page 3, item 3E, under treasurer's report. Oh, okay, this is right, then you did ask for comments. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I was confused, I thought that was meaning who the treasurer was.
Oh.
Okay, that makes sense, okay, that was my confusion. And then, the final thing is definitely content, page 8, first 2 paragraphs, under the topic of Whitehall Road Regional Park Project refinancing. I would like to make a motion that we include some of the content of the discussion, in particular, our chairperson's offer to pay for the road and my objection to it. If, it was at the time when,
It wasn't really an offer. I suggested that as a possibility.
I'm sorry, I used the wrong word. Let me revise that motion, same motion with the chairperson's idea to pay for the road and my objection.
Second.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and that was just a suggestion. not-
Correct, idea or suggestion.
Okay. So we have a motion, a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 4 to 1. Okay.
Thank you.
So now we have a motion on the table to approve the minutes as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Motion carries 5 to 0. Now we have COG committee reports. Executive committee, the agenda is in the packet from last month, so there's really no report to go since we've already had the COG meeting. Public Services Environmental Committee, I went to that in Peter's place. It's a last minute substitution, so I'll cover that. We discussed the Act 537 Plan Special Study concerning extending the beneficial reuse water system to the Mountain View Country Club and other locations. It was basically just a presentation to the committee. There was no action required other than moving it forward to, or recommending that it go to the COG General Forum. We should all get that presentation on the June 26th meeting of the COG General Forum, and then there will be a follow-up at the Public Services Committee August 3rd with intent to get the approval up to a vote on August 28th. So that's the timeline for that one. So we will be seeing that on the 26th, the presentation on the proposed extension. The other major item of discussion was a review of how the regional growth boundary and sewer service area is administered. That essentially what we got was a review of the history of the growth boundary and the sewer service area, how they've become one. Again, this was an overview of something that we will be getting at the General Forum for discussion. At this point, there's no action on it, but there is a report has been prepared by the staff on the growth boundary with some possible recommendations for changes of how we administer that. That is available from COG Planning, if anyone wants to see a copy of that report. And that will be coming up, I believe, again, this month for discussion at COG. There was a solar power basics fact sheet presented, which also will be included as the matter of record in the General Forum. So that was essentially it for that meeting agenda. Mostly things that are being moved forward. So next is the TLU committee. Yeah.
The Transportation Land Use Committee met today, and our meeting was primarily discussion. There were no action issues. The discussion concerned the assessment of the land development plan review process in an effort to make it a little bit easier for developers who we noted they have their consultants that are responsible for this. But we did talk about some of the project examples that are locally in the area that go through the review process, and I thought it was very interesting. They mentioned sheets. And in Ferguson Township, if you know, we have 3 sheets stores in Patton. And they seem to go through that review process quite quickly from the time it's submitted until they start breaking ground. And it was noted that because that is a local developer with probably a local consultant, they're very aware of the different processes and steps they have to go through. But other developers coming in, they may not be as aware. And there's just a web of different committees and authorities that they have to go through. So I think what we're trying to do is look at the reasons why sometimes the process gets held up for developers to go through the actual plan process. Some of the discussion, we looked at suggestions to maybe make it easier for developers to submit plans and consultants to work. Some of the ideas had to do with simple things such as holding a stakeholder meeting or a roundtable, which I think the CBICC already does. Developing a spreadsheet for a project with responsible party name on it so others can look at where process may be held up so that you can say, okay, what's going on here? Why has it been on your desk so long? So we're really trying to make it a lot smoother. And we also talked about maybe developing some type of information document or fact sheet to track through the first stages of the project, and then maybe the second phase, and showing the consultants or the developers that it's not just one phase, but it could be several phases that they have to deal with. And last, it was mentioned to develop a CNET video with municipalities sharing their particular requirements in this review process for land development. And let's see what else. I think I hit the most, yeah. It was just a matter of the discussion of this. And just wanted to say the next committee meeting will be held on Monday, July 10th at the COG.
Thank you.
So,
And you have Watershed Commission?
I do, thank you. I attended the Spring Creek Watershed Commission on May 17th at the Spring Township Municipal Building. Topics of interest included an educational topic on geology and water resources of the Spring Creek Watershed, an update and release of the Spring Creek Watershed Atlas, and just some quick notes on the Phase 2 plan for a Spring Creek Watershed management plan going ahead. So on the educational topic, Dave Yoxtimer came and spoke with us, as he does, I think, each year, and gave us an overview of the state of the watershed. And this was also backed up by a brief presentation by Todd Giddings, who is here tonight as well. So the Water Resources Monitoring Project has about over 30 stations, and it monitors base flow, quantity, and temperature. It started in 1998, and we probably have the most monitored and rigged up and watched watershed in the state of Pennsylvania, and one of the most monitored watersheds in the United States, period. He also walked us through the formation of the Spring Creek watershed, beginning 500 million years ago during the Cambrian and Ordovician period. So for the nerds in the audience, it was a good time learning about how limestone and dolomite form. So that was quite interesting. He also talked about some of the fault lines, the way that water moves through the watershed, and there were here. I think there are some fun facts. So we have about 175 square miles of surface in the Spring Creek watershed, but we pirate water from something like 29 square miles of subterranean percolating area. Over past Gatesburg, we're actually getting water that's coming through underground over there. So all that was really quite interesting. If the Spring Creek watershed were filled 1 cubic foot deep with water, it would hold about 3 Beaver stadiums worth of water. So these are just some sort of fun things. The Spring Creek Watershed Atlas has been posted online. That's been an ongoing collaboration between the Spring Creek Watershed Association and the Spring Creek Watershed Commission. And so it is online. There are a number of articles already available, and it is a public education resource. We encourage members of our community to access it, to think about possibly writing something if you are so inclined on a number of topics. It is really nice to look at. We can make the website available to you another way. The final update has to do with the Phase 2 of the Spring Creek Watershed Management Plan. So we will be going into a follow-up plan from one that was done well over a decade ago. There's a lot of work that needs to be done because, as one of the speakers this evening said, one of the things that we have to recognize is that the population of this region, more or less, has tripled over the last several decades. If we are to triple again, over the next few decades, that is a mammoth increase in water withdrawals. And so we need to be proactive. We need to be managing our water. We have a lot of water that comes in to this area, but we need to be really smart about it and be using technology, individual behavior, and planning to our mutual benefit, and also to preserve the natural resources, forests, fields, agriculture around us. So that's my report.
Thank you. And I would point out to anybody that's interested in the fun facts that Peter's bringing up, that those reports are on CNET. The Spring Creek Watershed Commission meetings are recorded and available on CNET. And there are some interesting reports there. So,
Just a note on Parks Capital,
Okay.
that the Thursday, June 8th meeting has been canceled, and at this time, there were no agenda items for the committee's consideration. The next meeting will be Thursday, July 13th at 12:15 in the Forum Room at the COG Building.
thank you. And I think that's it for the COG reports. Go to the manager's report.
Thank you. Just a few items here. On May 30th, the township, along with Center County, closed on the purchase of conservation easements on 3 properties or 3 parcels that are owned by Campbell Associates of Ferguson Township, Clay and his brother John, located in the vicinity of the Piney Ridge development. The acquisition was just over 145 acres. Preserved farmland. Cost to the township was just under $22,000, for a total cost to acquire the easements of approximately $429,000. Township received a reimbursement from the Pennsylvania Municipal Health Insurance Co-op. As the board may recall, that the township is self-insured with its health plan, and so any unused premium that we pay into the fund gets returned back to us. So it's really a sign of good utilization of the township's health plan by its employees. The total amount for this reimbursement was just under $120,000, and we still have 25% coming back to us. So typically what the township has done in the past is return a portion of this to the general fund, return a portion of it to the employee wellness fund, and also a portion of it goes back to employees that have contributed to the plan in 2016. Provided with my report is a copy of the independent auditor's report done by Mark Dussel for the University Area Joint Authority for the fiscal year 2016. Just of note, the report does include an adverse opinion due to the way that the authority prepares its balance sheet. They use the Department of Community and Economic Development's reporting mechanism as opposed to the reporting mechanism that's provided with the generally accepted accounting standards for the United States. What does that mean? Great question. Basically, it means that the requirements of the schedules that are filed under the Department of Community and Economic Development's filing mechanism do not require prepared financial statement disclosures, do not require cash flows, and do not require management discussion and analysis. So because those components are absent from the DCED reporting requirements, any auditing firm that uses generally accepted accounting principles is going to issue this adverse opinion. I hope that helps maybe clear up some confusion of that specific narrative. I mean, certainly you're free to discuss with our finance director, Eric Anderson, if you're looking for more details on just what that means even further. Also provided with my report are memorandums from Stephen Jackson, Ferguson Township's liaison to State College Borough Water Authority for the meetings that were held on April 20th and May 18th. It's probably worth noting in those minutes that there are a couple of discussion items that are specifically relevant to Ferguson Township and the Zoning Hearing Board's recent denial of variances requested that would allow them to construct a water treatment facility in the vicinity of the Nixon well fields. I think that just a point of clarification that I would like to make on behalf of staff is there seems to be some confusion with regard to Ferguson Township's definition of essential services, and some members of the State College Borough Water Authority Board who seem to be of the opinion that Ferguson Township does not consider water to be an essential service. That's not accurate. Our definition does specifically denote distribution of water in its definition under zoning, chapter 27, as an essential service. In this case, specifically with regard to its applicability to what they're trying to do, it's the construction of the treatment facility that doesn't fall under that category of definition. Probably worth noting or mentioning to the board, as is indicated in the minutes, that some members of the Borough Water Authority board have indicated that future connections to the State College Borough Water Authority system are in jeopardy because of the township's decisions with regard to their treatment facility. I believe there was a vote that failed to carry to deny connections at the May meeting, but with the understanding that this is going to come up again. The township staff, planning director, and myself have a meeting with our liaison tomorrow to maybe more fully develop this and communicate the township's position. We do have, as Ray may report, an application for ordinance amendment from the State College Borough Water Authority that would, if passed in its form, allow them to do what they're requesting. And lastly, excuse me, just a reminder that the Economic Development Summit for the Chamber of Business and Industry in Center County is Tuesday, June 20th, 4 p.m. at Mountain View Country Club. Please let me know if you're interested in attending and have not RSVP'd, and I'll do so for you. And then finally, and this isn't included in my report, but it's worth noting that as of last month, the township has paid its last general obligation payment, so we are essentially debt-free except for our obligation to the Council of Governments. So that's a kudo really to the Board of Supervisors for prudent financial spending and staff for their management of township funds. And enjoy it while it lasts, I guess.
Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome.
We have the report from the Planning and Zoning Director.
Attached in your packet is an active plan list for your consideration with the current land development subdivision applications with our staff's review. Also, as a new format, we've included the last set of approved minutes from the Planning Commission from May 8th. The Planning Commission met on May 22nd and discussed the draft traditional town development text amendment. We actually had Attorney Dwight Ferguson on behalf of Circleville Road Partners, along with Stephen Victor, a land use planner and landscape architect with Victor Wenzel Associates, present information on the proposed ordinance changes and the breadth of the amendment's impact on TTD development. Traditional town development to be specific. Further, Mr. Victor's presentation addressed their substantive concerns with changes to the zoning ordinance, as well as a general concern with the effect the zoning ordinance amendments will have on goals and intents of the traditional town development. Mr. Victor reviewed each of the text amendment requests and outlined, in his professional opinion, potential conflicts between the text amendment and existing TTD design manual. He graphically compared existing and proposed design through a PowerPoint. And in summary, Mr. Victor indicated that the traditional town development ordinance codifies specific standards to implement the TTD design manual's intent and goals. There are multiple items in the Pine Hall curative amendment that conflict with the TTD design manual's intent and goals. Modifications allow everyone to see the physical manifestations of the proposed changes to the requirements of the TTD ordinance, as he stated. Attorney Charlie Sir on May 17th requested that the Planning Commission not take any action on the recommendation regarding the pending ordinance text amendment until such time that the developer would be available to answer the questions of the Planning Commission upon their recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. They will be discussing the text amendment at the June 12th meeting. And also attached to my report are the May 2017 permit reports and also the comparison with permits with 2016 in consideration. That's my report. One final note, I forgot to mention that our source water protection work group will be meeting on June 14th.
Thank you. And I guess Dave hasn't done anything to report, so.
I don't have a written report.
He's been on vacation. That's okay. Okay, now we have, going on to old business, we have a public hearing on an ordinance of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, repealing the Center Region Building Code, Building Safety and Property Maintenance Code, 2010 edition, and amendments, and adopting the Center Region Building Safety and Property Maintenance Code, 2017 edition, as amended, to be known as Chapter 5, Part 3, Building and Safety Property Maintenance Code. I guess that would be.
I can introduce it.
Dave, do that? Okay.
So the board has with its agenda this evening a copy of the ordinance that was advertised for this evening for public hearing. Essentially, it adopts a update, a 2017 edition of the Center Region Building Safety and Property Maintenance Code. It includes several items that the board directed staff to amend, including the definition of residential rental property, so that properties being rented for one night or more are required to meet the requirements of the rental housing program. Also included with the amendment are at the board's direction is the removal of the authority of the Public Works Director and Township Arborist to enforce hazard tree provisions in the Property Maintenance Code. And then lastly, the Center Region Code Administrator, Walt Schneider, who's here this evening, if the board has any questions, has added language to allow the township, if it was desirous, to participate in the point system that State College Borough implements that for rental housing permits. In other words, for nuisance properties that are in violation and accumulate a certain number of points, they could essentially lose their rental housing permit if they've accumulated a number of points under that program.
Thank you. Walt, did you have anything you wanted to add, or?
No, I'm actually here just to answer any questions the board may have of me as part of the adoption process.
Okay, thank you.
I'd be happy to answer any questions at this moment.
And this is a public hearing, so if anyone has any comments or questions on the code, seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I'll move that the Board of Supervisors adopt the ordinance repealing the Center Region Building Safety and Property Maintenance Code, 2010 edition, and adopting the Center Region Building Safety and Property Maintenance Code, 2017 edition, as amended.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Is there any discussion or questions? Looks like you're off the hook. This is a roll call vote, so.
This will be ordinance number 1032. Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Whitaker?
Yes.
Mr. Buckland?
Yes.
Ms. Deneni?
Yes.
Ms. Gray?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thanks, Walt. Next is a public hearing on an ordinance of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, repealing the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 19, Signs and Billboards, and replacing it with Chapter 19, Signs and Billboards. Is that Mr. Ray?
Provided with the agenda is a copy of the ordinance as advertised for public hearing adopting a new Chapter 19 signs and billboards. This ordinance has been substantially modified to comply with the United States Supreme Court decision in Reed versus the Town of Gilbert, requiring content neutrality in all municipal sign regulations. Further modifications have been added to provide a new types of signage, improve the ability for residents and businesses to interpret and apply the regulations, and make the ordinance more business friendly.
Okay. We have discussed this. This is a public hearing, so if anyone cares to address the board on this. Seeing none.
I move that the Board of Supervisors adopt the ordinance repealing Chapter 19, Signs and Billboards in its entirety and adopting a new Chapter 19, Signs and Billboards.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Any discussion? Laura?
Thank you, Chair. So I did not fully understand the last time we talked about, Ray, correct me if I'm wrong, display signs? Is that what I'm
Message.
talking about? Message signs.
Digital display message centers.
Digital display message centers. I did not understand that at places of assembly in all zoning districts, they were going to be allowed. And I know we did talk about how bright they are. We talked about how they are under our light ordinance, that kind of thing. But now I do realize we are in what's advertised allowing display message centers. Oh gosh, I still can't quite get it. In R1, for example. And I am not in favor of that. I am not in favor of it in any, probably, I guess I could discuss it, but off the cuff, I think that's fine for places of assembly in commercial, IRD, industrial, mixed use, PRD, TTD, but probably not R1, 2, 3, or 4. I just think it commercializes a residential district. That is my opinion, and I'd like us to discuss that before we pass this.
Okay, I have So on page 11, right, we have a table 1 provides detailed information about what types of illumination are permitted by each use. And it says for, let's see, brightness limitation for, oh, yes, but this is just the table. This is not where those things are permitted.
I did ask, I did clarify my understanding with the planning and zoning director that was, am I right, Ray? Am I saying it right, that was what we are allowing?
Under the table for message center signs, we categorize by use, residential, agricultural, rural. The exception for message center signs would be a place of assembly. And I think, I believe I provided you with a place of assembly definition, which would not only include places of worship, but also schools, social.
Churches.
Yes.
So, but just as a clarification, because now I'm more confused than I was before, so you, at a place of assembly, say Ferguson Township Elementary School, you could have an illuminated sign there.
A message center.
Message center, yes, I'm sorry.
Read, a ticker tape.
Right, a message center, you could have that, but an individual homeowner cannot?
Right.
That's correct.
Correct. The church down the road, past the Ferguson Township Elementary School, can have one of these?
That's correct.
Correct.
They are a place of assembly
When we pass this.
within a residential zone. That
It's
would be
new.
village, I believe.
No, it's R1 there.
R1, sorry.
Sorry, just because I know, because of the market.
Okay.
There are limitations under that section. Maximum number would be 1. Let me just clarify this with the traction board. Oh.
And it is allowed in RA, RR, in all of the zoning districts. So if we, I don't think it should be in R1 or RA with the lights and the reading of the things.
A question.
It's just commercial, that's why.
A question to clarify on something you just said, Ray. The maximum is 1, is that 1 two-sided sign?
I believe they would be two-sided,
Okay,
yes.
all right, so that assumes coming and going.
Yep.
Okay, if that's how it were oriented.
Yes.
Okay.
The externally illuminated signs where permitted would be subject to the following. Source of light must be concealed by translucent covers. External illumination shall be by steady stationary light source shielded directly solely on the sign. I think I discussed this at one of the last meetings. The light source must be static in color. Color red is prohibited. And there are also standards for internal illumination of signs, which are not necessarily the message center sign. Internal illumination, including neon lighting, must be static in intensity and color. Color red is prohibited again. And then the amount of limitation for digital displays is listed for 5,000 nits during daytime, 750 nits during nighttime.
So just to clarify, what I think I'm saying is not that I'm talking about something that would have internal illumination that you would stick letters on. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the kind that has a screen, like LCD display, and usually they are red, I think. And they have words that come across them, right, in a
Yes.
tape or something, yeah.
And the municipality that usually considers those type of standards could make that more of a static sign as far as duration goes. I believe in our table we have a duration of 10 seconds for a message. And that's dependent on the speed of the road that the sign is on. And I believe 45 miles per hour is what we calculated with the duration.
Right, so you're really kind of thinking more about, can the advertising be successful? And I'm thinking more about, do I want to sleep in a bedroom next to a sign that is having lights go, brum, 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 you know, that kind of, sorry, put that in the notes.
Get the spelling right on that one.
So,
But I think your concern about a flashing or ever-changing scrolling sign is not permissible?
It is.
We're not, does the digital display needs to stay static for at least 10 seconds?
So under the standards for the message display, no attraction board sign may contain text which flashes, pulsates, moves, or scrolls. Each complete message must fit in one screen.
There you go.
Okay, so it's just one message, it's not moving.
Right. The content of the attraction board sign must transition by changing instantly, no fade out or fade in. The sign shall contain a default design which shall freeze the sign message in one position if malfunction shall occur. No attraction board shall contain red electronic lettering.
So it's more like a light bright screen. It's like there, it's a picture, it's gone, it's another picture or letters, like that,
Or it might be steady.
or steady. I still don't think it's appropriate in R1. I don't think that's appropriate in
Do
R1.
you want to make a motion?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we amend the sign and billboard ordinance to not allow message display center signs in R1, 2, 3, 4, RA, and RR.
Mr. Chairman, may I just introduce something? So just of note, this is an ordinance that's been advertised for public hearing, and the public hearing is scheduled for this evening. If the board were interested in introducing further amendments to this, after, talking with Joe here, it's our position that you would have to take action on the ordinance as advertised and then reintroduce it
Okay,
if there were amendments to be made.
okay, thanks.
Okay, so that we would not be able to amend it and then vote tonight, right?
Correct. It would have to be for a substantive change, particularly in this capacity, if it were, something spelling, grammar, that kind of thing,
Okay.
non-issue, something of substance would have to be re-advertised.
So if we wanted to act on this, we have to not pass the sign and billboard ordinance?
That's correct.
Okay. Or we could pass it and reopen it, but why do all that work?
You could do that, too.
Okay.
But, yeah, it would be, if we made the amendment, then we would have to not vote on it tonight and then re-advertise it. Yeah, it's that.
I don't even
Or
think we
should-
can
or
make an
should-
amendment.
Or do
I
we need to
understand.
make a?
I would think that there ought to be action taken
Action
on
taken
this
tonight,
ordinance
okay.
tonight
That-
to, if.
One way or the other,
if-
okay.
Right, one way or the other.
Okay. Well, we had a motion, is there a second?
Oh, you mean the motion to
Right.
pass it as it is?
No, the
No,
motion to
You,
amend it.
To amend.
I
you
thought
move
I
to
could-
amend. Is there a second?
But I don't think I can make that motion, is what I understand now. Is that correct or incorrect?
I think you have to make a motion to not pass
To
this.
postpone.
Okay, okay. So I'd like to make a motion to postpone the passing of this sign and billboard ordinance.
Okay, well, we don't have a
Fair enough.
second, so.
Okay, thank
So
you.
we're back to the original motion then, which is to vote on the motion as advertised. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, it's a roll call vote, so.
This will be ordinance number 1033. Ms. Whitaker?
Yes.
Mr. Buckland?
Yes.
Ms. Denini?
No.
Ms. Grafe?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes. Motion carries 4-1. Next item on the agenda is a discussion on Kansas Avenue drainage problems. This is an issue that's been before the board several times. I guess we'll start, Dave, you did a recap of where we are at this point?
Yes.
So why don't we start with that, and then we'll take any public comment and then board discussion.
Okay, and I have two overheads that will be helpful at some point. Kansas Avenue is part of the Piney Ridge development. Funding to pave the streets in the Piney Ridge development was included in the 2015 budget. Based on the extent of improvements in recent past years in similar neighborhoods, such as the work we did on Horseshoe Circle, staff proposed a project including only street paving and did not include significant driveway apron reconstruction nor roadside swales. An open house for the project was held in March of 2015. Residents expressed a desire for the project to, quote, "fix puddles in driveways, some of which may have been caused by previous utility work in the area and/or poor roadside drainage." The board did authorize additional funding for the project. The project was redesigned to include roadside swales and driveway apron reconstruction. This delayed the construction of the project, which did occur in 2016, with the exception of Kansas Avenue, which was not paved due to unresolved roadside drainage concerns. Kansas Avenue residents, in particular Mrs. Sunday, who's here tonight, approached the township with concerns about neighbors on the south side of Kansas Avenue pumping sump water onto the roadway, which at times would freeze in the winter. It's also worth noting that the development was built prior to the stormwater ordinance. Water from Kansas Avenue sheet flows from the roadway to grass areas, if it's away from the road, and runs to the low area near the cul-de-sac on Kansas Avenue. This condition has existed since the road was built. The water then sheet flows across the low point on property currently owned by Mrs. Sunday. At some point, I believe the property owner built a garage and a second driveway, which is very close to the low area on the road, and water does pond and freeze near the driveway entrance. The board asked staff to review options to remedy the water runoff issues on Kansas Avenue. I would like to state that another issue was raised that is, in my opinion, separate from the stormwater on Kansas Avenue, and that does involve water that runs through a drainage way that's backlot and runs behind these homes, which has been the subject of much discussion. The Trust for Tomorrow is leading a project in cooperation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the township to help remedy some of those issues. There may be opportunities to do more in that drainage way as a result of, and at the same time meet requirements that may be coming out of our pollutant reduction plan for the Chesapeake Bay and the Beaver Branch area. I'm only saying that because sometimes that issue is commingled with the road water, and I just wanted to mention that. So kind of getting back on point here, the board asked staff to review options to remedy the water runoff issues on Kansas Avenue. Many man-hours were spent by staff investigating various options, including overland conveyance, pipe conveyance by gravity, pipe conveyance by pump, infiltration, and groundwater injection. Staff met with representatives of the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection and the Army Corps of Engineers to review design concepts and permitting requirements to outlet the stormwater flow. During the design process, a DEP biologist field identified wetlands in the project area on both the Sunday property and the Sevick property, which is a farm at the end of the cul-de-sac. Consultants were then hired to survey and delineate the wetland to either avoid or mitigate impacts during any stormwater improvement construction and to assist with any permit application submissions. There is a drainage way that runs on the Sevick property perpendicular to Kansas Avenue, and it is regulated and would require permitting. Two feasible designs were put on paper for consideration for final design, both including installation of inlets and storm pipes on Kansas Avenue that would flow by gravity outlet either on a drainage way on the Sevick farm or on Mrs. Sunday's property near her side yard with a farm. And in that design, it would flow toward the unnamed tributary of Beaver Branch to the north of her property toward the Campbell farm. Staff prepared final drawings and easement plats, met numerous times with both property owners. Neither property owner is interested in providing an easement. Without the necessary easement for drainage system to outlet, Staff prepared the Kansas Avenue Improvement Project to include paving only. The contract is currently out to bid, and the bid opening is scheduled for June 13th, pending any direction to the contrary by the Board of Supervisors as a result of tonight's meeting. So there are two overheads. This first one, there we go. So this is Kansas Avenue, cul-de-sac, Civic Farm, Sunday property, unnamed tributary to Beaver Branch, Campbell's Farm. So what you can at least hopefully see here in red would be the installation of a system of inlets and storm pipe to pick up water along the road, convey it under the road, across through a pipe system to an outlet. It's relatively flat, so we propose carrying that some 100 foot in a pipe. That would then daylight in this, what I'm calling a side yard, at a head wall, and there would be grading necessary to allow that water to get out of the ground here and flow in a northward direction. There's another overhead that Dave might be able to bring up. This was the other option. Maybe if you can just zoom in near the end, because the pipe conveyance system is very similar, till you get to this point where a inlet is installed that conveys the water under the road to an inlet. In this case, this pipe then goes across Sunday's property, and this is an open kind of sloped bank area to allow that water to flow from an outlet to this tributary on Sevic's property. This is the delineated wetland. So those were the two options that we considered feasible that were put forward, and that's my summary of where we are after about 3 years or so of this, I believe. Okay.
Thanks, Dave. And then I believe we have some residents that wanted to address us on this at this point.
First, I took some pictures. I don't know that any of you realize just how much water I am.
Could you identify yourself just for the record, please?
I'm sorry?
Could you identify yourself for the record?
Gail Sunday, 667 Kansas Avenue.
Thank you.
I don't think you folks realize how much water I'm talking about when I show or when we come in and talk. We are getting, I think there's at least 4 places off Pine Grove Mountain. This is the one running down 26 that comes down Plainfield Drive. This, in other words, that's coming down 435. This is Plainfield Drive. This is where it goes under Plainfield, goes down through behind Martin's property. This is where it goes into Wyoming Avenue. That's where it comes out of Wyoming Avenue. The majority of the pictures then are all of my property. As you can see, the water all laying. This is our back lots, which are completely flooded. You mentioned about our garage. We built that garage back in the 70s. We did not have water running down beside it. It actually runs behind my property. It did not happen before. I mean, and I'm sorry, but like I said, I don't really want to track these down and take a look at them. And really, I mean, here again, I feel I have tried to work with you fellows, or everybody here. I have one more proposition for you. I was going to do it the last time, and I was so upset I forgot it. If you, in other words, I don't want an open drain down through my yard. I would go along with, and I know this, I'm not sure now, since some things have happened here that I knew nothing about, or, well, in other words, does Ferguson Township, do you now own the land behind us, the Campbell Farm? I misunderstood or didn't understand what you were saying.
No, there's a conservation, agricultural conservation easement that was placed on the land. It's still in the ownership of the Campbells, but the township and the county have a part easement on the property.
Okay, is this, I know, Chris, I know is her name. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about or not. Okay. We used to all get together and clean out the ditch once a year. And pig roast, have a picnic. Well, of course, the older people have passed away, and so we don't do that anymore. I did talk to Mike Sevick about putting the water over in his ditch. He doesn't want it over there because he says there's sewer water in it. I said to him, there's no sewer water in it. Well, yes, there is over across 45, up on the hill. Now, I think those people are on sewer. I don't know that to be a fact. I'm not going to go up and ask them. But that's the biggest reason he says he doesn't want it over there, because he doesn't want his cows drinking it. Well, first of all, his cows can't get to it now because he moved the electric fence over. It's not right on the fence row where it used to be. So I don't understand him. The Campbells were very willing to clean out the ditch, the intermittent stream, I should call it, I'm sorry, and so the water would flow. And the Campbell boys can't farm all their farm because of the water. So I really don't know what the answer is. I mean, everybody says that nobody could clean out that ditch. Well, if I own a ditch, an intermittent stream, I should call it, excuse me, why can't I clean it out? I mean, we've got sticks, we've got leaves, we've got, mud, everything running down. It's all filled up. Now it comes in our backyards. That's what those pictures are that, I'm sorry, I had to take them through the screen because it was pouring that day. So they're, but I just, let me see what I have here. As I talked to Mike about it, I am very willing to let, in which if you want to, initially we're going to run it down the south side, bring it over to me, go diagonally over to Sevick's ditch. He says no. Okay. Then you wanted to put an open ditch down through my side yard. I don't want to deal with an open ditch. I'm 74 years old. It has to be mowed by hand, and I'm to keep it clean. You're wrong. I am very willing to have you put an underground ditch or a pipe all the way back to the intermittent stream, as long as you put my yard back like it is now. That's the only answer I can come up with. I mean, I don't know. I mean, to begin with, you were going to go down between Bonnie and I. Well, there's no reason for that because I get the water at the cul-de-sac. So putting it down between Bonnie and I, that's not the story. You've got to go past me. I say, I will give you permission. I mean, if you would put like a grate whatever there, that I can keep the pine needles and all that kind of stuff off, or clean that out, so the water runs. I mean, because like I say, this is not all my water. Like I say, our garage was up, and we put it up, I don't remember, I'm going to say 1980. I'm not sure, I don't remember when. I didn't hear this until tonight about how we built on lowlands. Well, certainly we're in lowlands. It's been lowlands as long as I can remember. But I did not have, because of all the water sack, I think, I'm not sure if, I know, Jordan has pictures of that at the back of my garage where, you can just see where the water is all washed out around my garage. I'm going to have it filled in. But I'm willing to let you go down through my sidewalk if you want to go to the main street. Anything else? I don't know what else to offer you. Like I say, I don't know if I had many other notes here. I just don't know what to say. I won't lie. Some of them have been coming here for 6 years. I've been coming here for. I'm tired of it. I am tired of fighting. I can't do it. So if, say you want to go down to my side lot, you have my permission. And that's the only answer I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that solve it, Dave?
We have some
sorry.
else to.
Okay. Yeah.
My name is Sherry Menarchik. I live at 621 Kansas Avenue, which is closer to Wyoming. Mrs. Sunday lives at the very end of Kansas Avenue. And we don't only have water coming down our road, we have it coming off of 45, off the mountain, off the other neighborhoods that are up clear by the Naked Egg. And we're getting all their runoff. And I don't know why we're the ones responsible for everybody else's water. Like, we have contacted everybody that we could possibly think of. And I also have some photos, and these will show I have flower beds in the back of my yard. tore my flower beds out. I paid $600 for stones for my shed. Not there. Now they're down at Mrs. Sunday's property. I will give these to you, but as Kelly, James, and David had spoke earlier about the Toll Brothers and the water situation, we're already dealing with it. I mean, we're getting flooded out, literally. It's coming across 45. It comes between 45 and the houses in Kansas. My house was like Noah's Ark. It parted it. And it's not just these little tiny storms. I mean, we had Channel 10 out, and it hadn't rained for 5 days. And Mrs. Sunday has 3 ponds in her yard, and the one was right below my knee, one of the smaller ones. Mrs. Wood has 2 ponds. The next house up has 1, and Mr. Shannon Lose has a pond. Now, you guys are saying about the intermittent waterway behind the houses. What I don't understand is at the clear end of Kansas, there's a pump house, which is supposed to be pumping all this water out. It's not. It's running 24 hours a day, and it doesn't seem to be taking care of the water. You can actually go to the pump house, and this waterway that they're talking about, right here, there's actually a stone wall that the University Joint Authority started as into that waterway that would go back to meet the intermittent stream. It's like an L shape, and that's supposed to go on down to the next development, was what I was told, to the retaining pond, is where that water's supposed to end up in the very last stages of the water. It's not supposed to be ending up on our street or in our yards. We can't use our backyards. I have an underground fence for my animals. We can't use it. It rots out because of all the water. I've lived there since '99. We haven't had water problems except for the last 6 years. So I don't know what happened from '99 until 6 years ago. I don't know if it's all the new developments or the bigger openings they're making for these waterways. Like they made a 4-foot opening that was 12 inches. So we're getting all the sediment, all the branches, everything. It closes at my yard, my rear yard. Can't go anywhere. So it's either going in the yards, it's going in the fields, and then if you're going to try to run the water, runoff water, into that, how can you make something run when it's not existent? Is my question. I mean, we've contacted the Army Corps of Engineers, we contacted, let me look at my little list, I'm sorry. As Mrs. Sunday said, we've been dealing with this for quite a while. Here, I'll go over my other list, actually. We've contacted University Joint Authority, State College Borough Water Authority, the Board of Supervisors of Ferguson Township, Clearwater Conservatory, DEP, Carrie Benninghoff, the Army Corps of Engineers. Nobody can give us an answer as what to do. We just want to have it answered so we can get rid of this water, divert it, because they're literally swamps, and they were not that 6 years ago. And like I said, we can't let kids out there, we can't let animals out there. Oh, and we also have new rodents called voles, V-O-L-E. Never had those before. And we had a pest control company come out and say that the ones they got off Mrs. Sunday's property are the biggest they've ever seen. Never had those before. You know, it's ruining, one actually is ruining getting into our sheds with all this and chewing stuff. And it's like one thing after another. We've lost over $150,000 over the last 6 years out of our personal pocket, these homes, to replace our things. And as we said before, we just want some kind of answer. Because if it was your backyard, you'd want something done with it. And like I said, if there's an opening at one part, why can't they open it at the other end? You know, there's 2 openings, but it runs to nothing. So I honestly would love for you to look at Channel 10's footage of that waterway. And so you can get a full effect, because that wasn't even after a storm. That's just on a normal day. There's water constantly on Kansas Avenue. At Mrs. Sunday's Road, that whole cul-de-sac is a pond. A pond. The kids ride their bicycles through there because it's great fun. You know, what happens when that kid wrecks onto Mrs. Sunday's property? Or when the ice comes, when it's cold, because that whole road is ice. And so is that cul-de-sac. Safety. She's an elderly woman. She's willing to help you guys do whatever we can do to solve this. We all are. You know, if you can put underground pipes, I've heard of that, where you can put clean outs to get the crap out of there so it won't get clogged up. I don't know. I'm not, I know nothing about water flow. That's not my specialty. And you guys have been there numerous times, Dave and Ron. I know your face. You've been there time and time again. Let's come up with some kind of solution, please. And that's all I have to say. I mean, I'll pass my pictures around. And that's not as many pictures as I have. And if you would, I can take an email. I can send you all my pictures, whatever you would like. But we would just really appreciate somebody looking into this issue. So, thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot one thing when I was up here. I take care of an elderly man on Meckley Road.
I'll just give you a copy of what she's talking about.
He's legally blind, and he's deaf. So this letter came from Ferguson Township. So I opened and I said, Cameron, you got a letter from the Ferguson Township. And of course, and he lives on 470 Meckley Road. I have the envelope, part of the envelope there, what I was going to shred. It's regarding the subject, last meeting, I should say, we were here. I distinctly stood up and said, will you let us know when to be here? Yes, you would. This letter went to Meckley Road. None of us on Kansas Avenue got it. This meeting is being, this memo is being provided to you for the invitation to the regular meeting of the Ferguson Township Board of Supervisors on June 5th, 2017 in Ferguson Township. Main building, so on and so forth. Okay. Please consider attending this meeting. Residents will have the opportunity to get more information about the proposed improvements, express any concern, ask questions, and provide comments. This meeting will be attended by the Public Works Director, David Mulricker, I hope I pronounced that right, and answer any questions residents may have. Now, how did Kenneth Meckley at 470 Meckley Road get this letter and we didn't? None of us on Kansas Avenue got a letter. If I did not go in and fix his insulin every day and take care of his dog and look at all his mail and write out his checks, we would have never known about this meeting tonight. I mean, is that fair?
No, I'm sorry.
Does anybody want to see the letter?
I already passed it out.
It's right here. We have it. Thank you.
My name is Ron Thompson. I was probably one of the first residents in Piney Ridge, a long time ago. I've never seen the streets as bad as they are now. The improvement that Hawbaker did there was no improvement. I never had water in my driveway till after he improved it. The second house down, first house south of me, and the next house down have the same thing Gail has, with the water ponding in there every time it rains. I don't know what the answer is to trying to get rid of that surface water that's in there, but it's getting worse and worse and worse. Somebody in the township has to do something to help Kansas Avenue and fix what's broken on what was supposed to be improved on, and it isn't.
I just wanted to add that you talked about Can I have the other map up that has the typing?
Sure.
I'm Andrea Pollock. I live at 620 Kansas, so I'm up further and on the opposite side than Gail's property. I want to know if this drainage is going to start after my property, because my yard is a disaster and my driveway is actually sinking. It's filled with water, and that's a liability in the winter. Summer months, it's full of water. You walk out there, it's shooting up out of the driveway as you walk across it. My yard, I can't even mow it. And if that drainage is going to be past my property, I'm still going to have water. And I want that taken care of. If you're going to pave, I want some kind of drainage there before my property.
Well, I guess we'll go to the board at this point.
I was just going to ask Dave if he could clarify anything based on the public comments. I know sometimes not everybody knows all of the things that are going on, and I guess I specifically was interested in two comments. One, the indication that UAJA had put in some sort of retaining wall, and then two, the connection between the Naked Egg. And I do understand about slope and that kind of thing, but I was wondering, did that have something to do with the slab cabin infrastructure that went in, that UAJA put in? Could that be what these folks are talking about that is across from the Naked Egg? Is that a project relationship going on there, or?
I think there's a lot being talked about that have very indirect connections and not very direct connections.
Okay.
UAJ has a pump station at the end of Kansas Avenue, which addresses sewer, doesn't address stormwater. They did take some property from Civic, or bought property, whatever the right term is. So associated with that would be some site improvements that included a pipe and some stone and possibly a head wall.
Is that maybe where Mr. Sevick got the impression that there's sewer that's going to go through a pipe? Maybe there might be some confusion there, perhaps?
I've had a number of discussions with Mr. Sevick, and Mr. Sevick has concerns that I have not been able to address. The water that would be directed in that direction would be coming off the roadway. It would be rainwater that falls on the road and runs in that direction, as well as a small amount of sump water from people's basements when there is high groundwater and people pump their basements out on the north side of the road, and that flows from, maybe a 1-inch pipe from 2 properties at times along the road, and would flow in that direction.
Gotcha.
I've tried to address some concerns that he's had, but I haven't been able to satisfy his concerns.
Okay, thanks. I have one other question about the idea of the pit. The way I heard this solution described, I think maybe Mrs. Sunday, was she referring to where the proposed pipe would exit and there would be some sloping involved with that? Is that the?
Let me try to describe it this way. It's relatively flat, but there is fall from Kansas Avenue to the north to the unnamed tributary of the Beaver Branch to the rear of the properties.
Yeah.
When you put a storm pipe in the ground, you need cover over the pipe, right? And then maybe 15, 18 inches for the pipe. So you're maybe 3.5 feet in the ground under the road. That water has to come out of there.
Right.
So
Gotcha.
we would run the pipe a certain distance to wherever we could meet grade so that the water could flow out at maybe a 1% slope. But at some point to do that, you got to make up that area that you're under the ground. We can try to make it up gradually, we can try to make it up steeply, but it has to come out of the ground. If you try to keep running the pipe, at some point the pipe comes up out of the ground, you don't have cover over the pipe. So what we designed is what we would call a solution to the problem, and we could address the grading as best we could to the existing topography, but it's going to come out in a hole.
And that's what would need to be cleaned out by the property owner, or no?
I'll let the property owner address her concerns, but what I think was expressed to me is that she didn't want to mow it, she didn't want steep slopes, she didn't want to maintain it.
But it might not have steep slopes, is what I'm hearing.
The way it's shown, the slopes are approximately 3 to 1. They could be flattened out on the east side. On the west side, it would be difficult because we're close to the property line with Civic. So if we pulled that pipe closer toward the center of her yard instead of close to the side, we could possibly flatten up the slopes a little bit on both sides.
Do you think Mr. Sevick would be open to having some of the sloping come onto his property if the water wasn't put out onto his property? And Mrs. Sunday said that she wouldn't mind if it were on her property?
My opinion is Mr. Sevick would not.
Okay.
I don't know if he's here tonight to answer it directly, but
Okay.
while he's talked to us whenever we've asked to talk to him, he's not interested in work on his property to address stormwater issues on Kansas Avenue as part of a residential development.
But if this Board of Supervisors wanted to, they could take some of that property if we wanted to. And I'm not suggesting we're going to if anybody's at home watching, but we theoretically could.
I mean, the township has a power of eminent domain.
Okay.
But
That's all I have for
I think the board has made clear that we're not interested in using the power of eminent domain.
Well, I think that we could talk about like what the concern of the landowner, if the landowner's concern is the discharge of water and the water isn't going to be discharged, then it's a tool to dialogue with the landowner and talk about maybe some small slope there.
No, it's not a tool. Eminent domain is,
No, well, I don't mean it that way. I mean the fact that we have that power and our community has a problem, and if we can accommodate for his concerns, I mean, it seems like a reasonable dialogue to at least have with him.
I just want to mention that I've had that dialogue on at least 6 occasions with Mr. Savick.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I've talked to Mike, and he wants no part of it.
Thank you, okay.
It's not his problem, he doesn't want to be bothered.
That's right.
But my issue is, it's not just off the sump pumps that we're dealing with. We're dealing with water coming directly off of Route 45. And if you go to that tributary water, the ditch there at the end of the property, you can see there's a ditch coming from 45 and it's running water under there into that rock wall. That is the Joint Authority's pump station. And there's a drain, like a spouting, coming off the pump station roof that goes right into that drain there. Like he's saying there's no water that goes into there except for there, but it's not true. It's coming off 45, it's coming off.
So I think I might better understand what the residents are saying. So off of Route 45, there's a number of cross culverts.
Yeah.
Some of them discharge toward Plainfield Drive.
Yeah.
That runs through a backlot. Development was created, which goes behind these properties on Kansas Avenue.
Right.
There is also a culvert or a cross pipe closer, more west toward the terminus of Kansas Avenue, which runs down Savick's property. So, I mean, there is water coming a number of different directions. There's mountain water coming off the mountain.
Is there any issue with really heavy storms, with the back part of Mrs. Sunday's lot absorbing that much water and it going into the intermittent stream? Is there any capacity issue at all?
The way we have this drainage system designed, water would continue to flow by gravity toward that unnamed tributary.
Okay.
It would go across her backyard. I'll mention that when this development was originally approved, if you look at some of the older development plans, much of what is being considered backyards at that time that the plan was approved was considered open space. At some point, it became people's backyards. And this pipe would discharge toward the back of Mrs. Sunday's property. It would continue to flow toward the unnamed tributary, but water currently at times ponds in the back of her property, so water would continue to do that.
That's false. That waterway is completely closed. It's closed. There's nothing there for the water to break down.
Now, if someone wants to speak, you can come up to the podium.
Well, hold on. So, Dave, but you're saying that at the back, you would grade that such that it would, by gravity, go to the intermittent Beaver Branch tributary. That's what you're saying it would do.
That's correct. I think That drainage way has meandered over the years, and water has flowed in and out of the banks, and it's been disturbed. So it would continue to flow in whatever direction that water is going now. That would be the intent, is we're getting it behind her house, off the road, in the direction where the water flows.
What are the limitations of this plan for taking on the 50 or 100-year storm?
Typically, when we design these type of road conveyance projects, they're for the 10 or 25-year storm, and then the water that would exceed that capacity would run overland, similar to how it runs now.
How much water from a storm, so say you have 10-year, 25-year storm, how fast would that land there at the back part of the lot, how much water is going to infiltrate, and how quickly?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't.
If we chose that direction, is that something you would study further?
No.
Okay.
No, really, the purpose of this project is to convey stormwater
Yeah.
from the road that's currently flowing overland and laying in a puddle on the cul-de-sac to keep it.
Take it off the road.
Get it off
Yeah.
the road. That's what we're doing. So we're transferring water. It's not a flood control project or a mitigation project.
Yeah.
It's simply making the road safe and getting the water off the road and keeping it from freezing in the winter.
And with Mrs. Sunday's offer, do you have enough land to work with? I mean, her idea.
I mean, I think that's what we need to determine. I mean, right now, we have a project to pave the road without any drainage. We've had two proposals that Dave has prepared that both require an easement to add drainage. The board has expressed a willingness to spend the funds that we would need to do that. That's about $70,000. I think you said.
The last estimate for what you see is 95,000.
And we've expressed a willingness to do that, but we have to have an easement to do it.
That's what I'm saying.
And, I mean, yes, we can say here, yeah, go ahead and do it, but it has to be worked out as a legal document.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if, it seems to me that if we could work something out in the next week or so, before the contract goes out to bid, or before we get bids on it, we could revise it. But if we don't do it, fairly soon, then it's either not going to go this year, or we go with what we already have. Otherwise, we're doing the same thing we've done the last 2 years, which is put it off for another year.
Right, which seems like a really terrible idea.
Yeah.
Do we want to hear?
Yes, please.
I am Bonnie Wood. What is your name, sir?
David Modricker.
Have you been back there to see the water comes in like quite a few feet up from that stream, or no stream? There's no stream there. Have you seen that?
Yes, I understand that there is sediment.
Where do
buildup,
you think
and
it's
it
going to
has-
go? In our yards, it has no place else to go. It is sinking there. It's looking terrible. My grandson's afraid of sinkholes because it's sinking so badly.
So I understand the
And,
concern.
the ducks like it, but we don't need ducks.
Steve, you need to get a hold of this.
That water needs to go in a stream, not in our backyard. That's the only place it has to go. I've seen it running right between the bushes, right in the middle of my backyard. Not at the end coming over. It's sinking so bad. It's coming right in from the neighbors, right through. It's not coming in the end. I've watched it. Have you watched it?
Yes.
I have also.
The water flows to the lowest point. That's the.
Right. The lowest point is what's sinking, and it's sinking
Right.
more and more every year. In like the last 6 years, like Sherry said. It's sinking down.
Can I speak?
Please.
Okay, so separate from
Thank you,
the-
ma'am.
Yeah, separate from the Kansas Avenue project, the Trust for Tomorrow has applied for funding and received word that they will have funding to do improvements to the area that the residents are talking about in the rear yards. It involves work by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. The township has committed funding and staff to help with that. Easements are required from property owners to allow that work to take place. I don't know what involvement or where it stands with the Campbells. So while it's not a traditional township responsibility to work on drainage on private property in regulated waterways that are not owned or controlled by the township has indicated support for that project.
Yes.
Very much.
But
Which
that
will
is a
help,
separate
which will
project.
help this
Yeah, but that is a
particular
separate
issue
project
of
from what we're talking
that
about tonight.
area.
There's issues in front yards and the backyard. To me, the Kansas Avenue project is an issue in the front yards, and it's a
Yes.
road that needs improved and paved. And we're trying to decide if we're going to install a storm pipe system when we do the paving.
Gotcha, right.
Yeah.
So-
I guess we don't really have anything to specifically vote on tonight, but I would ask if the board, if there's a consensus of the board, that we should ask Dave to work with the property owners about an easement to move this project forward. And that if it can't be done, if we can't get this agreement to do this, that we go ahead and pave the road as we had planned.
So to clarify, what you're asking is, we have already designed two solutions.
Right.
Excuse me. We have already designed two solutions for the street drainage problem. And both of those solutions require the participation of the citizens, both of them. And that is just the way it is, because everyone owns property nowadays. There's no land that's not owned. So in order to put the water on somebody's land, we need to ask them permission. So far, both of those landowners, so far, have said, no, we don't want those solutions. So we actually have two solutions on the table right now. And we're going to ask you to go ahead and pursue either of those solutions that the landowners would agree with. Is that what we're doing?
Right, and if we can't resolve it by the 13th, that we go ahead with what
With
we
the
have already
paving.
approved, which is paving the street.
May I ask a question? I have a clarifying question, Chair.
Please.
So and maybe it needs to go to Dave, but if we were to approve the paving, are we then going to have to, rip up more road later and cost ourselves more money?
If the properties exchange hands and the landowner's willing.
Well, if we would decide to then later put drainage in after having paved the road.
Yes, and is that going to incur an additional cost?
It would be a very significant cost to be redoing the project with paving.
So then, if it's possible, I myself would prefer to not spend the money to repave Kansas Avenue if we don't come up with a solution that is satisfactory to the property owners in the area. I would just rather suspend it and have a bad road than have a really flashy new road that we're gonna have to rip up later, maybe, kind of. I mean, have a junky road instead of a really great road that makes things possibly worse. I mean, I think that that's a terrible idea.
Exactly, thank you.
But that said, in order for the solution, the engineering solution to go forward, we have to have the cooperation and the work together of property owners.
And my feeling is that if we can't resolve it now, what makes us think that we can resolve it in another year and tear up the road.
Well, I would just rather not spend the money, and
Can we
the
also
property
do-
owners can have a bad road.
Right, could we just decide not to
No
send it out
offense.
to bid until one of the landowners agrees with the easement?
It's out to bid, we can withdraw it.
Could we
can
withdraw the bid
Not
until we
open.
get one of the two landowners to agree?
I'm willing to give you the opportunity to go down through mine. I said that when I was up here.
That's what I thought.
I
So,
mean,
So that has to be made a legal contract.
Right.
right, so
Well,
let's,
you guys better work on that.
let's do that.
We pave the road, you know, we'd rather get rid of our drainage. I'm not saying that, you know, I wanted to, and you seem, I don't know if you know about one or you.
coming up
There was this, and I didn't know-
Mrs. Sunday, can I ask you to do something for me? I'm very happy to look at these pictures again, but because we need to move through the rest of the meeting and there are people here who want to do like the official map and et cetera,
Right.
I'm going to ask you to please sit down, even though it makes me really uncomfortable to.
Pictures. Those two right there, that's the water that runs down through my side
Yeah,
lot.
I see.
Yeah,
All the way across the back.
Thank you.
We have a solution that we're going to pursue.
Yep.
And so that, I guess that, does that give you what you need, Dave?
Well, we won't pursue paving the road without drainage, so that contract that's out to bid, we will withdraw. We'll try to get an easement from Mrs. Sunday, and once we do that, we would redesign the project to include the piping system.
Right.
And then put it out to bid.
Right.
Which could be
That's-
this year, could be next year, but we'll do it as quick as we can. And if we don't get the easement, we won't put it out to bid.
That, I believe,
I like that.
That's
seems
what I
to be the
heard.
consensus of the board, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I think at this point, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll continue with the agenda.
Thank you.
Yeah, understood.
Who are we missing?
So I think we'll resume the meeting here. Next item on the agenda is a proposed ordinance amendment, pet daycare facility in the IRD.
Township's received an ordinance amendment application from Robert and Judy Burgess of 3020 Research Drive to amend the Industrial Research and Development Zoning District to allow for pet daycare facilities as a permitted use by right. The board may recall that at the initial discussion on May 2nd of this text amendment application, the direction of the board was to prepare an ordinance amendment that would allow for this use via a conditional use as opposed to a use by right. Staff's prepared that proposed amendment, is provided with your agenda this evening. At this point, if the request from staff is that if desired to proceed with this amendment, it'd be referred to the Planning Commission as a draft for their review and recommendation.
Could you come up to the podium, please, and identify yourself?
Good evening. My name is Ann Susan Brewer, and I live on James Avenue, kind of in our backyard here. I totally missed this in terms of the location, and I would like clarification. It is located at the end of Research Drive in the last building. Is that where this request was for the daycare center?
3020 Research Drive.
So where is that located on Research?
That would be the second one from the corner.
So I guess I'm just unfamiliar with what guidelines would go along with this kind of business. Stonebridge initially had restrictive covenants that did not allow dogs to be left outside unattended. And so we've enjoyed a very peaceful and respectful development. Even though those are no longer in place, we have a lot of dog owners, and it is a quiet place. So my vision in this outdoor daycare center, with all I can envision is dogs barking. And I realize it's being run during the day, but I happen to be at home. And I live toward the end of the development where James Avenue backs up to this proposed daycare center for dogs. I'm not against the center per se, but I'm just like, what provision is there for consideration of the noise, level of noise?
Part of the advantage of having a conditional use as opposed to a use by right would allow for a hearing if the proposal to have a pet daycare facility in that zoning district were presented. At that hearing would be a public hearing at a Board of Supervisors meeting, be an opportunity for the board to provide conditions by which the property owner must abide if they were interested in proceeding with that use. So it gives the board, based on review and discussion at a public meeting, an opportunity to have a little bit more flexibility in controlling for maybe some of those extraneous variables that you're concerned about, like noise and any other types of problems that might potentially feasibly arise.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
And I guess basically, okay, all right.
I'm not sure how this is rolling out, this conversation, but are we having board questions about this right now?
Sure, if, this is not actually an action item other than referring it to the planning commission if we want to do that.
Okay, I had
So
one question
this would be
about
time.
referring it, and what we're referring, the minimum lot size of 0.5 acres. Can I ask a question about the minimum lot size of 0.5 acres being referred? Is that, what made you derive it, the number 0.5 acres?
The current use, when the ordinance was amended in 2007, the pet daycare facility use was identified only within the commercial zoning district to be allowed, and that lot size is coming out of the commercial zoning district as .5.
And then I have a follow-up question. The lot sizes in the district that we're considering now, I think it's IRD, yeah. Is an average lot size larger than .5, or isn't that about average for that district? And where I'm going is, I was thinking about a larger lot size, forwarding this to the commission with a policy agenda of a larger lot size, and working with that for reasons of the barking. But if that's going to be too constraining in that district and virtually make it impossible to have one there, then that would be a silly thing to pass on in terms of policy.
So I'm trying to get the.
Thanks.
The
Sorry, I know it's kind of
I did not
deep
average lot
question.
sizes in there, I apologize, but I think for that particular property, that is .8 acres. The corner lot that sits on Research in Bristol is about 1.7. There's an adjacent property on the other side of the building, which is .84 acres. So
Okay.
they're a little bit above the .5.
Okay, then I would, can I make an amendment or to what we're doing?
Actually, there's really nothing to amend at this point because it will come from the
Okay.
planning commission. We'll discuss it.
Then why are we
Essentially.
referring anything if we can't comment on it? I think it should be
you can
.5
comment on it, but
acres,
there's
or
not-
.75. I would jack it up to .75 acres as a minimum lot size because of consideration, because it's IRD and it's bordering residential a lot of times. Same thing the woman just set up here, pretty much. So I don't know how to put that forward if it's not in a motion, but that would be a comment, I guess, then.
Yeah, we could certainly put that as a comment. But
If the question is outdoor barking or noise, as I read our current ordinance, when I look for pet daycare facilities, in the zoning definitions, section 27-1202, pet daycare facilities, the last line in that definition is no outdoor or overnight boarding of animals is permitted. That may address the concern. And what I would want to clarify if the intent of this particular instance of a pet daycare facility is different than that. There's a second place where it shows up under the definition for a pet care facility in 27-1202 as well, used for short-term care of domestic animals or household pets, and there too it indicates no outdoor, overnight boarding of animals is permitted. So I'm confused. Are we talking about outdoor facilities for animals, or is it already in our ordinance that is not allowed?
When you look at the definitions, I think outdoor boarding would be shelters built outside of the facility. Whereas I believe under the provisions, both pet care and pet daycare allow for outdoor recreation with no specific size. The indoor size of the facility would be 75 square feet per dog. Outdoor, there's no standard written into the ordinance at this point.
Okay. So to clarify, a facility that would be a pet care facility or a pet daycare facility could have outdoor spaces for animals, but that would not be the space where they are kept. It would be a part of their recreation, and the animal, if, for example, became noisy or didn't comply with the expectations that were set, could be brought inside, and there is space for those animals.
In fact, I believe under the pet daycare facility provisions, there are hours of operation, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., so there's no overnight accommodation for pets under the pet daycare. Under pet care, that could be overnight boarding, but it has to be indoors.
And we're not allowing pet care in IRD. We're
Pet care
allowing
is already allowed in IRD.
Pet care is already allowed in IRD?
Yes, and pet daycare is not.
So we're allowed to board animals in the IRD district right now.
That's correct.
That is completely inconsistent with the zoning districts, isn't it?
Under pet care facility shall be permitted in the RARR and IRD districts subject to the conformance with following requirements. And
Thanks.
it's a maximum of 20 dogs for
Thanks.
each facility.
And so I guess
That's how it's defined.
that notion that a pet care facility is allowed in this zoning district begs the question, why does this not fall under that?
Because we weren't the ones in the seat then.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
I'm
what you said.
guessing it's because a different policy, people set the
And
policy.
I suspect different parts of the ordinance came, and that's why we're doing the Saldo rewrite
Rewrite.
right now, is things sort of develop piece by
Piecemeal.
piece. And there may not have been a pet daycare facility at the time that the pet care facility was allowed. That may not have been defined, or you know, there's different things that happen over time.
And as a board, we also might decide that that policy direction through the Saldo rewrite or the zoning rewrite was a mistake, actually, and that it's inconsistent with IRD because we're going to look at agricultural and what's allowed there and decide whether we think that.
So I'm asking if a pet care facility is allowed in this district, does what this property owner wants to do fall within that use? And why,
According to
what
the-
doesn't, so that this process is required?
The pet care facility, the way it's defined, would be for spa, grooming, bringing your pet in for that overnight care,
So for a service?
for a service, whereas.
Not an ongoing care while I'm at
Right.
work?
The way the application is written by the applicants, they've asked for the pet daycare facility due to the fact that there are workers within Cato Park that would obviously have a space to drop their dog or cat or pet off and pick it up during those hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
And we see that as a different use in
The
the
way
view
the-
of our ordinance?
In view of the ordinance, yes, there are subtle differences, but there are differences.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So I guess the question is, do we want to refer this to the planning commission, or?
Motion to refer this to the planning commission with the comment of 0.75 acres.
Okay, I'll second.
Thank you.
And we do have the ability to change it later.
Absolutely.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries 4-1. Okay. Next is rezoning request, tax parcel 24-004-067-000 Harner Farm.
Staff's received a complete application for the rezoning from Aspen Whitehall Partners LLC to rezone property located at 2177 West Whitehall Road, owned by Danny R. and Pamela M. Harner. The applicant represents a development company with an interest in acquiring the property, construct residential and commercial units. The current zoning designation of the property is rural agricultural and a corridor overlay. The proposed designations are general commercial, single-family residential, and two-family residential. The property is located within the regional growth boundary, sewer service area of the center region. Provided with the agenda is a copy of the completed application and map of the parcel requested to be zoned. Within my memo to the board, pull that up here. Just wanted to point out that this is tax parcel 24-004-067-000, 71.9 acres. I indicated it is RA currently. The full length of the property bounds West College Avenue and is dissected by West Whitehall Road. The current land use consists of farm-related uses and orchard. The rezoning request map as submitted illustrates a change from the RA to a mix of commercial, 44.6 acres, single-family residential, R1 of 22.5 acres, and two-family residential of 4.3 acres. The applicant further illustrates on the rezoning request map that the proposed commercial district line would run congruent with the existing corridor overlay district boundary. Harner Farm property abuts general commercial to the east, two-family residential to the north, single-family residential to the west, and rural agriculture to the south.
So just to clarify a little bit on the map, on the visual that we're seeing here, because probably difficult for the board and folks in the audience to make heads or tails of this. This tract right here is 27.5 acres proposed to be general commercial. Here is an additional 17.1 acres proposed to be rezoned general commercial. You have single-family residential designation on this 9.8 acre lot, or piece right here. Directly across Whitehall Road is an additional 12.7 acres proposed to be single-family residential. And then you have a piece right here that totals 4.3 acres that would be two-family residential, R2 designation.
Dave, is this a subdivision request as well, or just,
Right now,
Just zone.
it would be a request to rezone the property.
as one, but still as the lines that exist as they are?
The lots, is my understanding, I don't know that they, and Mr. Harner is here this evening, as well as a representative from Aspen, who might be able to talk about plans to subdivide the lot. I don't know, Ray, that we've heard any indication that a further subdivision would be required.
But that's not been submitted with this, that was my
Correct.
question. There's no subdivision submitted with
That's
this,
correct.
it's just a rezoning, okay. Okay,
I have no questions.
I guess, is there any questions? Did anybody want to address the board, or does anyone have questions?
And just to clarify, we are just passing this to the planning commission.
Right, this
just
is a
like the
referral
last
to the
thing.
planning commission.
Not like a vote or an
No,
action.
no, this
or-
is
Right.
just starts a process of discussion, so.
Are you
Mr.
opening it up
Chairman,
to
there's
the-
a-
Whoops, sorry. Did I-
Scott Flume again, Sheffield Drive, Stonebridge neighborhood. So at what point, and this is, if you could give me some guidance on, as this discussion evolves and that this is one stage of it, I'm interested in understanding, say, for example, if as a township, is there a point where there can be public comment or discussion on, for future development, that it makes it use of standards for, say, improving home efficiency or integrating, say, conservation, habitat conservation concerns or LEED standards, or I think Mr. Buckling may be able to speak better about this than I can. But at what point, or is there a point where, say, the township can say, we'd like to, in future residential or commercial development, have that as a point that is addressed prior to approving zoning changes or amendments?
My understanding would be we would not be able to address those prior to zoning, because that'd be a land development issue.
Well, and Ray, I mean, you can
Ray,
chime in here. I think that's a loaded question. There's a lot of components to it. Currently, in the designations that are being proposed to be rezoned on the Harner tract here, there's not any obligations under the zoning text that there be LEED certified buildings, low impact development, other types of energy efficiencies, I think, in the way that you've just outlined. We do have provisions that incentivize those in some of our zoning districts. West College Avenue Terrace Streetscape District, for example, incentivizes, I believe, low impact development there. Part of what the township is doing is its comprehensive rewrite of its zoning ordinance is looking at some of those provisions and how they might be applied to our other zoning designations to either encourage as an incentive or require as a mandate those types of energy efficient, sustainable land use activities. Now, that's not to say that the developer isn't going to incorporate some of those provisions in their proposal, but from the township's perspective, there's no, if this property is rezoned as such, under the current regulations, and a land development plan is submitted that complies with those regulations, it's a use by right that would be permitted, rather than, as opposed to having, and not to say that either that the board could have that conversation and try to encourage the developer to employ some of those things, but it would be a use by right permitted in that zoning district.
Okay, so just to restate in my own words to make sure I understand.
Sure.
At a high level, there are discussions at the township level, supervisor or planning commission level, that are looking into recommending or requiring for certain developments or zoning areas that these be considered. Who would be the point of contact if I wanted to learn more about that?
That gentleman right there, Ray Stalinas.
Okay.
Director of Planning. Yeah, feel free, please call and we can talk about it further.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I just have a quick statement on what Mr. Flume's question. So there are, and I think that other members of the audience are probably, and people at home would be interested. So we can't really do anything with the code in Pennsylvania. Messing with the code is just, it is controlled at the state level, and trying to change things in local code, you have to have an airtight reason to do anything with code, and they all, basically, a very powerful organization will take you to court and you will lose if you mess with code. There are things that could happen with permitting locally so that we could fast track things, but that would be a decision at another level. And there's also the possibility that we can do things in zoning districts, and I think that is something that Ray can speak to you about. Just as a matter of record, there is bipartisan legislation at the state level to set up property assessed clean energy, which could create districts where we would be able to essentially back a developer, a private landowner, if they wanted to do on-site renewable energy, for example. They could take out a loan and we could back it. In a sense, they could pay it back through their property taxes. But that legislation has not been voted on. I don't know if it's left committee yet. But it would be great if it did.
Any other discussion, questions?
I would just like to make a comment with regards to this process and our current code of ordinance and setbacks and requirements for particular zoning districts. And in our code of ordinance, you will find tables that indicate how far a setback might be required for particular property owners when developing out and building on a lot. I would just want to bring the attention of my fellow supervisors to what I believe is our current ordinance that requires a 50-foot buffer on property that's developed next to an agricultural zoned property. Is currently 50 feet. At one point it was 200. And I would just put out there the hope that as we review our code of ordinance, that we have the opportunity to look at those parameters in order to help protect the farmer's right to farm and complying with not only farmers who may have to spray or apply material to their fields and keeping a bubble of space before they hit any residential or occupied area, but also to address issues much like what we heard earlier this evening with regards to the Kansas Avenue conversation and runoff that may perhaps have been mitigated if there had been a true buffer in the developed property when that was subdivided from what had been originally agricultural land. So I think we should think proactively about those kinds of things. I don't know if we would have the opportunity to do so in this particular property if it moves forward before anything changes in our ordinance.
So, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to pass this to the Planning Commission.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second to refer this to the Planning Commission. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Next is under new business, the consent agenda, which consists of 2 contracts, an adopt a road agreement, and payment authorization.
Motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And next is a request for sidewalk installation, T-Berry Lane.
Townships received a request from the representative from the T-Berry Ridge Property Owners Association to require sidewalk, or to request that sidewalk be installed in the section of T-Berry Lane in the vicinity of Blue Course Drive and the Evergreen Townhomes condo development.
Chapter 21, Streets and Sidewalks, Section 201, authorizes the board to require abutting property owners to construct sidewalk on or adjacent to public highway. That's what's written in the narrative. I think after having a conversation with the solicitor on this matter, it's the opinion of the solicitor and the township staff that it would be the obligation of the township to construct sidewalk in the vicinity as is being requested by the T-Berry Ridge Property Owners Association. So provided with the agenda is an aerial map. I shut off the projector again. I'm going to turn it back on again. Maybe I'm not going to turn it back on again. It's not been very cooperative. Anyway, there's an aerial provided with the agenda of the portion of the street that's being requested to have sidewalk constructed. There's an estimate provided with the agenda that was put together by the Public Works Director. And basically the cost would be, depending on the solution, anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 to construct sidewalks there. I think staff has some alternative suggestions that could also be considered, including an investigation of the warrants for a mid-block crosswalk along T-Berry Lane, as well as, well, of course, if the board wanted to construct sidewalks, discussion of ongoing maintenance in winter of that portion. So this will be a lot clearer when I get an aerial up here, so you can see what I'm referring to. So here we go. You have the section of T-Berry Lane right here, and you can see even from the map here where the current sidewalk terminates along the northern section of the road. The request submitted by T-Berry Ridge HOA is that portion of sidewalk be extended to connect to the Blue Course Drive bike path here. We have representatives from both the Evergreen Townhomes Condo Association as well as T-Berry Ridge here this evening if the board has any questions.
Why did the township not require the developer to put the sidewalk in the first place? Was there some variance or something?
No, I think the history is a little convoluted, and I'm not familiar with all the details. If you look at some of the older maps, and in fact, you know, some of the representatives from Evergreen may be able to speak to this better, more clearly than I can, but when this property, if you look at the property line here, the township right-of-way really cuts all the way back in along this tree line here. There's a significant portion that's still owned by the township that was Coral Street at one time, and then when the Western Inner Loop was constructed and T-Berry Lane followed along this route here, well,
yeah.
Dave, do you have any
Sure.
more history to add? Or?
I can fill in some of the blanks, and there's also a couple other overheads out of the scans file that kind of blows it up a little bit more. So as Dave mentioned, you know, that was the old Coral Street, so there wasn't sidewalk really anywhere, right?
Right.
Then as developments got built, sidewalk got, you know, put in, you know, throughout the T-Berry development, all the different phases of T-Berry. Evergreen Townhomes existed prior to all of these being in existence when it was the older Coral Street went through here and there was no sidewalk.
Gotcha.
So basically, when the Western Inner Loop was built, I believe we put this sidewalk in on this side. We connected to sidewalk over here. When this development came in, it brought sidewalk to here. Evergreen Townhomes pre-existed this, and no
Gotcha.
sidewalk exists.
Gotcha, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's certainly, sorry, go ahead.
I just had a question for Dave. With that large detention basin there, is there any problem, would that create any problem with building a sidewalk there? Would that interfere with anything?
Yeah, so there's some interesting features that are going on here. People, I think, you know, depending on what their destination is, they might walk right through here.
Oh, yeah.
I think if they're going to this point, they either walk in that direction or cross. If we built a sidewalk, it might not be in the direction that foot traffic is. It would probably parallel the road in this direction around a curve, tie into this asphalt multi-use trail and crossing. It's about 230 linear feet of sidewalk on the north side of T-Berry. We have a crossing at Evergreen Townhomes driveway, let's see here. Installation between the curb, there's a utility pole 8 feet from the curb that would require a reduction in the horizontal geometry or something not normally standard. We do have to cross over culverts that have head walls on a skew that vary from 13 feet to 20 feet. 3-foot vertical difference in grade on a cross section. So it's not, an ideal location to build a sidewalk. So because of those different features, you have more cost than you would for just a typical sidewalk. The other reason, if the Public Works Department was to build a sidewalk, that we would recommend it going up here is because if you go down here, you're going through a floodplain.
Yeah, for sure.
The other alternative would be to cross over the old Coral Street, but then you have this grade to contend with here. So while this is a challenge to put a sidewalk in, it's probably the better path than trying to go through here. The sidewalk estimate that I prepared, depending on how we do this, if we bench it or if we put in some fill and put some railings on the head wall, vary. I would say you're in the $20,000 to $40,000 neighborhood with everything that's involved to put a sidewalk in there. So the alternative is, doing a study to see if we can safely put a pedestrian crossing in here. Pedestrians would come to this point, and if they choose not to walk through the grass, or it's wet or inclement, or anyway, the safe movement would be across the street, follow this pedestrian route to this fully pedestrian accessed intersection and go in whatever direction you want.
And even a third alternative that is still a mid-block crosswalk would be to evaluate, and I'm going to see if I can get a better, oh, wow.
The other one's not quite as far out.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Possibly to evaluate a crosswalk, a mid-block crosswalk right here.
Right.
And then remove this portion of sidewalk as well.
How much would that cost?
It wouldn't cost a whole lot to paint a crossing.
Yeah.
And you could leave the sidewalk
leave the sidewalk there.
But if you wanted to remove it, I didn't do an estimate, it wouldn't cost nearly as much as it would to put one in, but there'd
Okay.
be some expense to it, yeah.
A quarter of it or something?
Yeah, a fifth of it or something like that.
And I believe that the property owners from Evergreen Townhomes have indicated that they use this section of sidewalk here, and if there were a crosswalk there, their preference, I believe, and I'm speaking for them even though they're sitting in the audience, so they certainly could, would likely to be to leave this remaining in place so they would have
okay.
access to this crosswalk here.
Okay, I see. Okay.
I have a question. Is there enough room from the use path on Blue Course on that corner to the Evergreen around that drainage ditch? Could that use path, here, let's see if I can do it. Right here, could that bend this way and then connect up, or is there not enough room right there for just to curve that use path? And my other question is it cheaper to do an asphalt pathway than a sidewalk?
The multi-use path, the asphalt is typically 10 feet wide and a sidewalk's
Oh.
typically 5 feet wide.
Okay.
Asphalt's cheaper than concrete, but you're putting more asphalt in. The other complicating factor is the wider your path is, the more expensive it's going to be, because this really drops off from the curb
does,
down
okay.
to those head walls right there. So you have a steep grade, so you're trying to put a flat surface on a slope.
Yeah.
And so the narrower that flat surface is, the easier, cheaper it is to build. So I think your sidewalk's going to be cheaper than your 10-foot bike path, and because of those reasons. Otherwise, a 10-foot bike path usually wins.
I see. I figured that was what was holding it up.
So I know that we're talking about this specific issue, but as we're talking about this specific issue, I'm realizing that there are implications to us deciding this, because there are plenty of places in the township that there are little places where sidewalks aren't connected. And I just wondered, do we have I don't think we have a sidewalk plan, but I think we have something related to that. But do we have a specific budget that we try to target each year for fixing links that aren't linked? Do we have already a policy paradigm to seat our decision in?
I can tell you what past practice has been. Past practice is that sidewalks are not part of capital projects unless we have grant funding. So there's many cases where we've put sidewalk in with grant funding. Those capital projects that we have put grant funding are things like the Western Inner Loop, Martin Street, the work we're doing right now on West College Avenue.
Right.
There are times when we have put sidewalk in and assessed property owners, Nixon Road, Cherry Lane. There was one.
West College Avenue.
West College Avenue. There was a time when once that I recall in 20 years, that we had a request and retrofitted a neighborhood with sidewalk, and that was on Sheller's Bend. And the property owners were assessed for the sidewalk there.
So this would be not something that's commonly done, then, what you're just saying right now, I guess.
It would not be something that's commonly done, that's correct.
It's our ownership questions and everything make
Right.
this one sort of unique.
Right.
It would then be a sidewalk that the Ferguson Township Public Works Department, unless there was an agreement to the contrary, but if we put it in, it would also be a piece of sidewalk that we would be clearing and shoveling every time it snowed.
And the Evergreen people shovel the other sidewalk?
I don't think.
That's across, that you can't see right now, that's to the right there?
No, I think that's a separate.
That right there?
That's a separate parcel there.
Who shovels that?
The property owner, but it's not Evergreen.
Oh, Teaberry?
It is a phase of Teaberry. Hemingway Apartments, thank you.
Oh,
Hemingway
okay.
Place.
Speaking of shoveling, who clears, if at all, the shared use path that parallels Blue Course?
Ferguson Township and the borough. We're very close to the borough line there, so there's, one of the two of us get that cleared.
So there is clearing equipment at a scale that could do a sidewalk? Is it the same kind of equipment?
In this case, it would be a little bit wider than what we would clear the sidewalk with, but we would have equipment out there, yes.
Okay.
Some paths we clear, some we don't. Just turns out that, yes, we do clear that asphalt path.
Okay, so I guess my feeling on this is that I feel like there's interesting pedestrian issues that are going on Blue Course in that general vicinity, from the other side of the street as well. People cutting down across hills to cross sideways to get to Cata bus stops and all of that kind of stuff. And I think it's, like you guys are saying, it's a unique situation. You already have removal responsibilities for Public Works really adjacent to that. And because of the weird Coral Street reconstruction, we kind of have this little spot that's just not connected very properly. So I guess policy-wise, I guess I would fall on the side of spending the money and putting the sidewalk in there to try to tighten up the pedestrian pathways at that intersection if possible.
Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, I'm sort of, I'm not convinced that head wall is a good place to put a sidewalk, but that's the main concern, not so much because of connectivity, but I just, it's a narrow place there.
Oh, because it's going to have a railing then.
And I'm a little concerned that it's not,
I see.
not practical, I guess.
Oh.
But
Isn't there a similar situation with a drop at a sidewalk on, right where the bus stop stops at Blue Course? eastbound where it meets Atherton, right before the Shell dealership.
Yeah, we had to put a wall and a railing in there.
So is that the kind of construction that you might be looking at here? Okay. Personally, as a pedestrian cyclist, I would want to make sure that we were enhancing connectivity as much as possible as opposed to taking out sidewalk. I appreciate the budgetary options of looking at creating crosswalks to indicate where there might be pedestrians and cyclists crossing. Those neighborhoods, I know, ride kids to Radio Park Elementary School on a regular basis. And I would want to encourage people to continue to do that and to get from those residential developments out to the shared use path that they then hook around and into the Radio Park area. So coming and going would want to see connectivity, so on both sides of the road, and would support the investment in our doing that.
I think, if I may, just logically, if the board were interested in absorbing the cost to construct the sidewalk, it would be an item that we would budget for in the capital improvement program as a 2018 project, and then in the operating budget. As well as, what I'm hearing anyway, is that maintenance would be the obligation of the township, as opposed to exploring the option for an agreement with possibly T-Berry Ridge Property Owners Association for maintenance of that
Can
portion
we
of the sidewalk.
explore that? We didn't know we could, I didn't know we could explore that.
Well, sure. I mean, I think there's an ongoing cost to maintain the sidewalks, and as David indicated, it's sort of different equipment than we would use to clear the shared use path along Blue Course Drive. And so, if the board wanted to have that conversation with the Property Owners Association, I can't say whether they'd be amenable to that or not. I've had some literally just now at our intermission conversations with Mr. Daryl Slimmick, who's here this evening to represent the Property Owners Association, and there might be concerns about that, but it's something that we could explore if the board were interested.
Well, I guess I don't think we'd need a motion if that's the direction we're heading, is just ask staff to look into the practicality of the township building that and possible agreements that we could have with that.
Yeah, I think we'll have the
prepare it in
CIP
part of the budget
discussions soon here, so.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Might we also encourage staff, I'm sure it's a part of your process, to connect with the Center Region Municipal Planning Office with their pedestrian and cyclist advocate and planner? Trish. I didn't have the name. Just to make sure that we consider whatever input that they might have as part of their Center Region bicycle and pedestrian plan.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay. So I guess you know where to go with that then. So, next is Ferguson Township official map, authorization for public hearing.
Planning and zoning staff has completed a draft update of the Ferguson Township official map in accordance with provisions in the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code. The official map is one of several planning tools adopted by the Board of Supervisors to assist the board in long-range planning for new public uses and infrastructure. Staff's confident that the draft presented to the board this evening has an improved layout over previous iterations and is consistent with the comments received during public forums and by review by the Township and Regional Planning Commission. Provided with the agenda is a memorandum from the Director of Planning and Zoning and Community Planner reviewing the proposed additions and revisions to the 2008 official map. The 2000 official map is adopted by ordinance at a public hearing, and we provided that copy to the board through a link since there were some size limitations on that. So we have a copy of the latest version up on the screen.
Discussion.
Do we want to take any public comment? Is that anything that we want to do right now?
Yeah, we can do that, yeah, as part of the discussion. This is, yeah, there were people who wanted to address this, I think. Yeah. Kelly? Well, you have to move to a smaller township then, so you can get there.
Wow.
That's pretty
So, Kelly Hoover again, Pine Grove Mills. I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I know that this was a lot of work, and it was a great idea. It was time to do this. And I especially appreciate the public sessions that Ray and, is it Lindsay? Yeah, held. They were great. It was fun being there. So to me, this looks really good. The area that I just want to say something about is the land surrounding, the Penn State land surrounding where Whitehall Regional Park is proposed and where the Toll Brothers site is proposed. I know that I wasn't, I guess, there when a group of residents proposed putting this into a designation of passive park use. That's cool, but I think that from my point of view, any designation that we can use that allows this land to be protected from development is good. So I think there's a natural resources designation as well. I know that David Hughes has been talking with David Gray and President Barron about a living lab, which would be like a experimental farm for education. It might even be funded through alumni dollars, things like that. So in that case, it wouldn't really be a passive use park, but does the natural resources designation work in that case? I think any kind of designation that would, again, allow that multiple types of uses that would be passive, other than research and education, would be a good thing. What I don't want to see is us to just leave this alone, because my fear is that we can't trust that it won't, someday somebody will come along and say, oh, we want to put another 18 apartment buildings on here. So, and I think that this is a good idea. So thank you very much for all your hard work on this.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name's Andy McKinnon. I'm a resident of Ferguson Township. I really appreciate everything you guys do. I know you do a lot of hard work, and I don't always agree with you, but I still appreciate all of your efforts. I'm here to support keeping the same land Kelly just talked about preserved. And I like her idea. I hadn't really thought about it, and I hadn't talked to her before about how valuable it would be to do something with it instead of just leaving it as it is, because then it is vulnerable to development that might not necessarily align with the interests of the community. So I'm all about that. As some of you know, I have been active in opposing the Toll Brothers development and the Whitehall Regional Park development. I've been out on the site as part of this occupation since Saturday, and I have literally run into less than maybe 5 people that have been in support of the Toll Brothers development, which tells me that there's near unanimous support for safeguarding our water and open space. So that also, that kind of support for our natural resources in the township was indicated in 2012 when residents decided to adopt the Community Bill of Rights. I just, as a side comment, I looked for the Bill of Rights, the Community Bill of Rights, on the website a couple of weeks ago, and I really couldn't find it. So I thought it was pretty interesting that it wasn't more readily available. Something, an important document like that, that the citizens generated, it seems that it should be front and center on the website. So that's just something I wanted to suggest as well. In addition to, or as part of the Community Bill of Rights, is rights of nature. And this is really my passion, my argument tonight with preserving any kind of open space, especially what we're talking about south of the proposed developments, Whitehall Road Regional Park and the Toll Brothers. It sounds cliched, it sounds naive that, you know, nature should be protected sometimes. We forget about that, but it's what defines us most intimately. This is the most important part of us. We rise and fail with how we treat nature. It's not something that's separate from us. We are nature. When we protect open space and water, we protect ourselves. When we let it go, we destroy ourselves. It's that simple. Furthermore, when we protect it, we consider the welfare of our children and generations to come. And we don't always do that, but that's our duty to think ahead. When we fail to protect these natural spaces, when we fail to protect nature, to me, it constitutes a crime that's greater than a crime that's going on right now, actually, than, you know, something that's bad enough in itself, this crime of trying to put a stormwater basin, an illegal location on land that's zoned rural agricultural. That's bad enough, but this is a crime that's of horrific proportions when we do not consider the welfare of our children and people to come. So, you know, we need to think about these kind of things. We need to protect the land and protect ourselves. When we don't, it's a crime against nature, it's a crime against ourselves, it's a crime against our children. So let's look big when it comes to these things. Let's look ahead. And so regardless of whether the Toll Brothers goes in or the Whitehall Road Regional Park goes in, let's preserve this remaining open space we have in whatever way makes sense to the needs of the community, whether we just leave it as it is, as open space, or whether we really safeguard it with some kind of passive use that makes sense. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, David Hughes, the borough. And again, I echo the tenacity you folks have for sitting here at such a late hour. It's really impressive, and I commend your dedication. So Kelly mentioned the Living Lab, and I did have a conversation with this today with David Gray and Zach, who's here. And this is an idea I just floated to President Barron a few months ago, and I know he's spoken to some of you. So I want to give you some updates on what that would look like. It's certainly an evolving, emerging idea. Some of my work is in agriculture and disease diagnostics and leveraging technology such as drones or soil sensors to better enable decisions on the farm. And so I'm working out in our experimental farm in Rock Springs, and I was thinking about using this land in a number of different ways. One is that we could help young farmers to get a start. So we could rent out the land to young farmers, and as they are producing produce that would go to local restaurants and stuff, we could then study how well they're doing. And we could leverage the power of artificial intelligence, which is one of the things my lab does, as well as drone technology and deployment to study the farmers in their daily activities. And I think this is a particularly interesting and unique approach, is because it would tie in the financial return to those farmers as we would study them. And oftentimes the research that we do out at Rock Springs is divorced from the financial interest. So the Living Lab would be really good. It would also be a place to have the mission of Penn State's educational mission being lived out. So we could have university courses out there. We could have K through 12 education as well. So we're thinking about the 200 acres that adjoin that property, and then transitioning that into a living lab. We're thinking about calling it just tentatively the Alumni Living Lab, because we want it to be a showcase of the agricultural research that we do, and Rita will be a proud proponent of that with the museum. I say it's your museum, but it's the Pasto Agricultural Museum. So, but having something closer to town. So the question at hand would be, if this goes ahead, if this, and I'm unsure of the details of what you're proposing with the official map, but if this map goes ahead, does it constrain Penn State from building, say, a barn on top? What does it constrain them from building? Because that was something that we were unsure of today in our conversations. So that's the question for you guys. What would this constrain?
So I can do that if the board would like. I think the official map, there's just kind of listening to the comments, I mean, I think there's some sentiment out there that it's kind of a tool to conserve and preserve land. Ms. Hoover mentioned that the natural area conservation designation that was used, for example, on Steve White's property, property formerly owned by Steve White, adjacent to the waffle shop there, which is typically reserved for features or land features that have unique natural characteristics, either because of their, in this case, infiltration qualities or other types of qualities that make it really attractive or to remain in their natural state, whatever that may be. And so that, what the official map does is it gives the township kind of a right of first refusal, in that if any proposal of land development is made on a property, that starts a time clock of 1 year for the township to either acquire the property through conversations with the property owner or via the use of eminent domain. So, I don't know if that gives you some clarification. I think it would depend on, to directly answer your question, whatever were proposed to be constructed on Penn State land would depend on whether it rises, in the opinion of Township's legal counsel, to the definition of development under the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code.
Okay.
And I would add that if the designation that's proposed for the official map is adopted, that doesn't in and of itself preserve this property. It doesn't impair the property owner's rights or anything of the sort. It does create this option in loose terms that Dave referred to.
Okay.
There are also other complications. Penn State has taken the position that their property would not be subject to eminent domain in any event. I feel very confident that the Water Authority's property wouldn't be subject to eminent domain, but that's not really before us here tonight.
Any additional comments that you'd like to make?
I don't have any questions for Mr. Hughes.
Okay.
Right now. Are you going to stick around for the conversation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any comments from the board as far as the official map?
Oh, I have a lot of things to talk about for official map.
Pam Steckler, I live in Ferguson Township. I too am very aware of what's been happening with particularly the property that everybody's been speaking about tonight. And I'm not too sure about what kind of designation could be made there, but I also would like to see if it's going to be kept in farmland to have a designation of either organic or minimal intrusion by pesticides, herbicides, whatever kind of materials might be toxic to our water supply. Since it is really an infiltration point. And I think if we're going to designate it as natural resources protection, I would love for that to be part of the conversation. Okay, thank you.
Bill Heckinger, 127 Hoy Street. I've also been out at this site, and I can't sit very well for long periods of time because I just go nuts. And I took some long walks through heavy brush. There are no ticks. no biting insects, no mosquitoes, no butterflies, and very few bees. And so we're out there, we don't have to worry about getting bitten by anything. But is that good to have something that's that powerful? I don't know why it's sprayed if they are starting to worry about preliminary work or something. So they decided they didn't want people getting bitten by ticks or what, but it's been sprayed because there's nothing there. And if you go just out by our house, if you just go back in the field behind center glass there, you have ticks on you. You can't even walk through it without getting ticks on you. In this place, there's nothing. So maybe it just shows that there's a bad side to everything. If you're going to kill things that are bad, you're going to be killing things that are good. And it could end up in our water supply, and it's probably not too good for us either.
Okay. I guess that's it for comments, so go to the board. I guess we should start with a motion and then start discussion. So does anyone care to make a motion? This is an action item.
Okay, I'll make a motion that the board authorize the ordinance adopting the Ferguson Township official map for public hearing.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, please.
Sure, there's plenty.
Okay.
Yep, so actually this is about the whole official map, and I know we had public comment on one particular thing about it, but I have some other things that I wanted to talk about too.
Okay.
But just like generally, as Dave mentioned, the official map is a planning tool. I'm a little bit confused, just as an aside, I don't want to answer right now. I'm a little bit confused about why Penn State might be exempt from something that every other being isn't exempt from, but we'll just set that aside for a second. And when I'm looking at the official map, I'm looking at it as the planning tool that it is. And in an effort to learn about what we should be including on this planning tool, I looked at our regional comprehensive plan because I wanted to understand the kinds of things that would be important to plan for when you're using a map ordinance that brings with it some power to actually enact the vision of the township in its land use planning. So I just wanted to connect a few things. Through looking at the comprehensive plan, I realized the value of soil maps and floodplain maps because they give you a lot of information about what you should do with land. I didn't intend to talk about this parcel that others commented on first, but briefly I'll just say that when you look at the Whitehall Road Regional Park, it's the DRI application, which is the sewer facilities expansion application. They include the floodplain map and the soil map of Whitehall Road Regional Park. And I was noticing, for example, that regional park, if I can find the soil map, is it's pretty much 100% prime agricultural soils. And so I think that one would, if they wanted to really explore the power of the official map as a planning tool, one would use the floodplain maps and the soils maps to try to indicate areas for that type of conservation, for natural resource conservation or agricultural conservation. One would use the Center Region Park and Rec Parks map to indicate what we should be thinking of in terms of parks for our official map. And, you know, our current, what land do we have slated for development, but it's not, doesn't have a land development plan in it, on it yet. So thinking about in terms of what roads do we want to put on there to connect our community. And so when I was looking at this, I was taking kind of that larger perspective, and I personally made that motion. I don't know if I'm really ready to forward it as is, but I would like us as a board to explore this tool, you know, more fully in terms of our strategic plan, the comprehensive plan, and this tool that we have the opportunity to move forward in. I just want to take a minute and support our planning staff that did go above and beyond what was necessary in terms of the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code and receiving public input. And so I would not be in favor of holding, I guess, additional things other than what are required, because I think we've already gone above and beyond it. But I would definitely be in favor of discussing its content more fully. I guess I would start with that, and I have some specifics I want to talk about with the map, but I want to actually open it up to some of the other supervisors and see what they have to say about this particular thing.
Well, I'll make a comment on the one. I mean, in general, I think the official map is ready to go. I do think that the designation of the lands around Whitehall Park really doesn't do anything. I mean, I would not put that on there because it doesn't prevent any development. Right now, it's zoned RA. There's no development. I mean, it can't be developed without being rezoned. It can't be developed for any density without being part of the sewer service area. So it's protected by the fact that it's not zoned for development. So I don't think there's a need to, unless we intend to make a park there, to put a park on the official map, because I don't think it gives us any protection that doesn't already exist. You know, you can make the argument that a future board might rezone it, but I think any board that would take it to the local municipalities to change the sewer service area and then rezone it isn't going to say, oh, wait a minute, we want to put a park there, so we're not going to let it be developed. So I think that it doesn't add any protection. I guess basically I don't see a reason to add that designation there because I don't think it adds any protection, and I don't think there's really an intent to acquire that land to put a park there. And basically because of that, I would like to make a motion that we remove that designation from that area.
I second that.
Okay.
So can we have discussion? I don't
Yeah,
understand.
yeah, we have discussion now
Okay,
after the
so
motion.
discussion on that.
On the motion. Yes.
Okay. So in terms of offering protection, I think that we're kind of convoluting, when we talk about it that way, I think in a way you're right, because we're not talking about zoning here. We're actually talking about, I mean, I'm not sure if you read this document, but it does offer, it's a statement of intention by the municipality. It's sort of like I'm proposing to marry you. I've stated my intention, I haven't married you yet. It's a statement that we value this parcel for a passive use. And I think that in terms of passive parkland, I don't want to get too narrow in how we're defining that, because passive parkland, I feel like we're kind of like in we have a dearth of vocabulary to actually talk about public lands in a multiple use way at the municipal level. We frequently talk about multiple use lands at the federal level, and you find that you must provide for recreation, logging, various commercial enterprises. There's multiple uses. So I feel like when we talk about parkland here, we have a very strict and narrow idea of what it is. But this tool in no way means that you have to interpret it in a narrow manner that way. So there could be a passive parkland designation that we implement in a multiple use manner. It doesn't have to only be one trail going through there and people on picnic blankets. It could be community gardens, it could be agriculture, it could be reforestation, all taking place while people are having recreation in that land. So in terms of what you're saying about offering protection, not in the same way as zoning designation, but it gives an indication of our intent. And so I think that actually the region, just like we are to consider their comprehensive plan, there is a relationship between our official map and future land use in the comprehensive plan. It's circular. It goes from one to the other and then back again. And so if we were to designate this on our official map, it actually would inform the region that in that area, that's what our future land use intent is, without actually going through any kind of zoning process. And I'm not sure if we have a natural resource zoning here in the township or not, but I do know that you can. So that would be a separate dialogue that would be really important for us to have. We also have no consistent definition of open space, so I think our vocabulary is really, really sparse in being able to talk about this properly. Thank you.
If I may comment to Ms. Danini's bringing up the maps, if one looks at the Center Region Comprehensive Plan site and their array of overlaid, well, array of maps that are not overlaid, but maybe someday will be, you will find with regards to this particular parcel, on the conservation inventory map, it is indicated as an ag security area. On the Ferguson Township future land use map, it's indicated as agriculture, and in our previous map indicated as agriculture, although changed on this particular land use map that we're discussing. On the natural resource, environment, and security areas, it is indicated as prime agricultural land. In a map identified as an open space and parks, it is not indicated. I believe this to be agricultural land that is currently owned by a particular property owner that happens to be Penn State University. And I think, like with most all designations of intent, that the property owner should in some way have a part of the conversation and factor into that. And I think that if we indicate on our official map a change in designation without a conversation that involves the property owner, that we may be locking ourselves out from having the most open and congenial conversation about what the future land use is, as one way to look at changing this designation. I think there are a lot of protections that would keep this land in agricultural use, and that should suffice, and that we should continue the dialogue with Penn State, the property owner, and the township and the community, so that we can come to an understanding of what we all believe that property might and could be used for. I don't know that we as a township are ready to change the designation on this official map today.
I'd just like to note, unfortunately, Rita, I wish what you were saying is true, but it's just not, because actually everything you said about the if you would not interrupt me, you can certainly respond. Everything you said about that parcel was also true for Whitehall Road Regional Park. It was RA zoned. It is prime agricultural soil. It is owned by Penn State, the land grant university. All those things are true. Yet it is now out of passive use into active use, and the soils will be forever ruined for agriculture. So unfortunately, zoning is not enough.
And I believe that designating it as a park doesn't change that.
Passive, it absolutely would, as would a natural resource designation. What it would change, Steve, I'm sorry, we are really talking about it wrongly. It wouldn't change that. What it would do is put a marker down to indicate our preference. It wouldn't change anything. That is correct. But what it would do is, instead of allowing for the same process or a similar process in a place where you're indicating, just like it was Whitehall Regional Park, that process would be paused while the municipality could further discuss its priorities for land use.
Peter.
So I think very clearly in the past, and things that I've said here, things that I've written, conversations I've had with people who are here today, including David Hughes. In conversation I had with Vice President David Gray almost 2 years ago, that I think that the right thing to do would be to place the land that Penn State owns between Whitehall Road and Route 45 into an easement of some kind to ensure that it is preserved and conserved. I think it's a no-brainer to understand that the State College Borough Water Authority would appreciate that this township, this board for sure, and our residents would like that. I think that it would be, for my own part, a disingenuous ploy to use a passive park designation to force the university to the table when the university can very clearly just tell us to go away on that matter. And I don't think that this township is going to muster the financial resources to get all of that land. I suppose I could be convinced otherwise were this township to put together the millions of dollars necessary to do that. But I don't think that designating this as a passive park is the intent of this board or the future of this township. While I do believe that it very much is in the interest and the intent, the will of this board and our township citizens to preserve that land as agricultural land or other conserved property.
Matt, just a matter of record perhaps, I talked with the County Ag Preservation Board, and you actually estimate $3,000 to $4,000 per acre, and that parcel that the university owns there is approximately 200 acres. So I think, is that
$800,000.
Okay, so it's not millions, it's actually $800,000. And I would note that when you and I first got elected, the chair was discussing frequently at that time a referendum for open space preservation. And I would like to note that Patton Township has 2 times now gotten over $2 million through referendum to preserve open space. So I know that we are in just as good, if not better, financial position. The number is about $800,000 in terms of value for that land, and this municipality absolutely would afford it. And the only other thing I would say is, while you might be indicating other people on this board when you say we have no intent about passive park, I don't know why that's being projected onto me, because I really think passive park is the way to go. It's an active park is going to be above it. It's going to have amenities. There are no places in Ferguson Township that are a passive park like they have in Patton, where they have the salamander overlook and they have the passive area you're not even allowed to go into. So it is not something that's not done in other municipalities. We have the budget to do it. Folks in our community are in support of that. So I'm not sure why we're dissing this idea of passive park when it can be under a multiple use kind of a paradigm. I don't understand why you just are like, not passive park, not passive park. Everybody in the community, it is a passive park right now. I mean, it actually is a passive park. The trail that goes through there, people ride that trail, they sit in there, they hang out. It's a place where you can experience nature, and that kind of isn't that a passive park? So, I mean, I would want that, and many residents have reflected that they would want that. So I just wouldn't say we.
Well, I think we're going to vote on.
I would like to just respond to the definition of passive park being confounded with agriculture. And production agriculture is not a passive park. And
Right.
I think as a township, this property is currently in agricultural use. It is not a passive park except for the easement, though it may provide a beautiful view shed, as does most of our Ferguson Township property. But agricultural production requires different kinds of support than passive park.
Right.
And changing the designation from agriculture to passive park as an intent is a huge difference. I will leave it at that, and I would call the question.
Okay.
I just wanted to know.
Okay, the question's been called, so.
I think she has a
The question has been
misunderstanding.
called. So the first thing we do is vote on whether to call the question. All
Point
in
of
favor?
order.
Yes.
I'd like to clarify a misunderstanding. Do we
I-
all know that a passive park designation doesn't take it out of ag production? Do we all know that?
The question has been called for a vote.
But we have to
All in
understand
fa-
what the question is. I'm sorry.
No, call of the question is a call to take a vote on the amendment. If the so all in favor of taking the vote, vote aye.
Aye.
But I need someone to state what the
The
amendment
amendment is
is.
to remove that designation of passive park from the areas.
Thank you.
Where it's designated. So the question has been called, so we will take a vote on the amendment at this point. So all in favor of the amendment? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. So are there further amendments to the original motion, which is to forward to authorize adopting the Ferguson Township official map for public hearing?
I think that part of what we're allowed to do is discuss, so I'd like to discuss some other things.
Unless someone calls the question.
I call the question.
Okay, so the question
I'm
is.
sorry, we only discussed one thing about the map.
The question has been called on the motion. All in favor of calling the question, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, then that fails because it's not two-thirds majority, okay? So are there other amendments to the motion?
Wait, what?
Are there any other amendments that would be proposed?
We just
The original
finished
motion.
the whole dialogue.
No.
Okay, I'm confused. What did we just vote on? Because I might want to
On whether
revote.
we're going to vote right now or have further.
And then we decided we're going to vote right now, I thought.
No, because it's not passed, it's a two-thirds vote. So there were two opposed, so we did not decide that.
So even though we were in the minority, it didn't pass
Because you
anyway?
need two-thirds.
Okay, thank you.
But,
So
Mr.
if there
Chair.
are other points on the motion that's on the table.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair, if I'm understanding correctly, you are asking specifically for any further amendments to the official map?
Right, and if there are, we will discuss those.
That's what you're asking for, okay.
With
thank you.
no discussion at all allowed? That's the part I'm confused about.
No, Mr. Chair, may I say something to clarify? So it's my understanding that any amendment that is put forward is an item that can be discussed because because the amendment will require discussion. So if there is a proposed amendment and it gets seconded, then there will be discussion.
on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I did understand that, but what I don't understand is if I make amendment and you guys haven't looked or understood or talked about the same things I have, I won't get a second because you won't know what I'm talking about. So can I discuss it first, or do you want a motion only? That's what I'm asking. Are we because I think the agenda said we were going to discuss. Yes,
and that's
the
what
Board
we're
of
doing.
Supervisors discussed the official map. So a discussion doesn't always have to start with a motion.
Okay, do you have a point you want to make?
Well, I wanted to talk about some things
Okay.
about Beaver Branch, and I
Okay,
didn't want to
fine.
start with a motion.
Okay, then talk about Beaver Branch.
Okay. So I'm interested in in what we can designate for waterways on the official map. And I'm interested in the Beaver Branch, because I know that Clearwater Conservancy has made some efforts out in the Beaver Branch Way, and I'm wondering if we as a board would like to talk about this as being a valuable tool in terms of helping our, maintain that waterway. It's very degraded. And so I wanted to just talk about it generally, without emotion,
Okay.
you know?
But how would that, I mean, I don't know what we have. How's that tie into the official map?
Because one of the 5 or 7 things that you can designate here is waterway preservation, and we have not.
Okay,
And so that's what I wanted to talk about. But if nobody's interested in preserving water, by all means, forget it.
I think you'll find that this board is interested in preserving water.
Just not talking about it.
No, I think the designation you want to use on the official map is not a preservation, I mean, it doesn't preserve the waterway. It designates an intent to acquire if the
Yes.
development plan comes in.
And then we can treat it how we would like, instead of how a landowner is treating it if it's not in good health. Correct, you're correct. That is what I'm talking about.
Okay. So what are you proposing to do? That's,
Well, I thought that this was a tool for dialogue, that we could talk about degraded waterways and perhaps designated places where we would want to purchase them eventually. Isn't that kind of our job?
Wouldn't that be another whole kind of map, though?
No, that's this map.
Conservation map, or?
We use the conservation map from the comprehensive plan to feed our information database in terms of what we would want to talk about.
Point of order. I'm concerned that we're going to be talking about what the official map could have been instead of the official map that we have in front of us and the official map about which we have to make decisions. I'm fully in favor of future versions of the official map, including other designations that could have been fed into this official map for purposes of preservation, conservation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But as I see it, we have a decision to make about whether we forward this official map to a public hearing for a vote. If we want to stop that process and have the official map reconvened in an entire process, then I believe this board can vote to do that. I would not be in favor of it. I would like this process to move forward. I'm going to call the question.
okay. We again have a call on the question. All in favor of calling the question, but aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries 4-1. So we will call the question of the original motion, which is that the Board of Supervisors authorize the ordinance adopting the Ferguson Township official map for public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 4-1. Okay. The next item on the agenda is an application for zoning appeal and variance, HFL Corporation, 1217 North Atherton Street, 114 West Cherry Lane.
On April 3rd, HFL Corporation submitted a lot consolidation and land development plan for a proposed 3-story multi-use building on West Cherry Lane, consisting of a ground floor commercial office space and second and third floor multifamily residence, which includes 5 people per unit. sites located within the general commercial zoning district. Attorney Terry Williams, on behalf of HFL Corporation, filed a zoning appeal and variance application on May 18th, 2017. The appeal concerns the interpretation of the multifamily dwelling definition under section 27-1202. The variance request involves a claim of ordinance inconsistency between section 27-1202 and accessory use regulations under 27-204A2 related to dwelling units in commercial buildings. I provided the board with a copy of the definition of multifamily residential. In the current ordinance, it includes 3 or more dwelling units with the units stacked one above another. Under section 27-204A, under accessory uses, number 2, all commercial buildings permitted in the OC and C districts may include dwelling units as permitted in tables 501 and 502, subject to the following. A, no dwelling unit shall be permitted on the lowest level on grade. B, the floor area of the dwelling unit permitted pursuant to this subsection as an accessory use shall not exceed 67% of the total floor area of the structure which the dwelling units are a part. Accessory use permitted pursuant to this paragraph may not exist on a floor or level of the structure in which the primary use exists. What we're recommending is that the Board of Supervisors oppose the request for the zoning appeal and remain neutral on the variance.
I think this probably should be 2 separate motions since there's 2 separate recommendations, so. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I move that the Board of Supervisors oppose the request for zoning appeal by HFL Corporation.
I'll second.
Okay.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. And then on the variance, need a motion.
I move that the Board of Supervisors remain neutral on the variance application for zoning appeal, or for the zoning appeal and variance by HFL Corporation.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Next is the designation of primary towing and vehicle storage facility to provide services to the Ferguson Township, for towing and impoundment of disabled, abandoned, or illegally parked vehicles or vehicles in violation of any provision of the law or ordinances of the township.
So the board may recall that a recent amendment to Chapter 15, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, specifically Part 5, Immobilization, Removal, and Impoundment, was recently enacted by the board, allowing the board to designate certain towing companies and storing facilities who meet established criteria to provide such services to the township. Resolution has been adopted by the board establishing that criteria, and staff has solicited applications to provide such services from the towing companies in the area that would meet that criteria. Staff has received 1 application from John Tennis Towing to serve as the primary towing company and storage facility for Ferguson Township. And a copy of that application has been provided with the agenda this evening. At this point, we're just looking for authorization to designate them accordingly.
I'll move that the Board of Supervisors designate John Tennis Towing as the primary towing and storage facility of Ferguson Township.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is authorization to enter into an agreement with Pets Come First to provide kennel services to the township as needed.
This is a funding line item that's been appropriated by the board in 2017 to allow for the township to enter into an agreement with Pets Come First to board stray animals that are found by the township's ordinance officer and police department on an as-needed basis. This would typically be a service that the township would request a local veterinarian to be able to accommodate, but there have been several occasions, and there typically are several occasions, where they're unable to do so because they're at capacity. In that regard, the township's had some conversations with Pets Come First. Their board has already met and reviewed the agreement that's provided with the agenda for said services. Township solicitors reviewed The agreement has no objections. At this point, the recommendation is that the board authorize the manager to enter into this agreement.
I move that the Board of Supervisors authorize the township manager to enter into an agreement with Pets Come First to provide kennel services to the township.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I have discussion.
Sure.
Unless, of course, we can only act on this exact thing as it is. But I'm wondering why the time limitation is 7 days.
7 days for the allowance for pets to remain at.
Yeah, shall not be obligated to keep or maintain for a period of more than 7 days. Why?
Yeah, I think that was a request made by Pets Come First, that they don't obligate themselves to board our animals for any longer than that period. Immediately, what the township would typically do is search by any means necessary for the home of the animal, but that if it were going to be something that custody would be required for a period of longer than that, township staff would have to find other accommodations. It's my understanding that that's a provision that was asked for by the Pets Come First board, so that they're not taking on a stray for longer than they're able to accommodate.
So what kind of provisions would we find?
Well,
After 7 days?
It would be.
Because
yeah,
animals
it could
are
be a
not
challenge.
claimed in 7 days if they're astray. They're just, it's going to happen the next time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it can be a challenge. What we would have to find other facilities. I think our ordinance officer would work with local, and has some other informal arrangements with local kennels that might be able to pick up the slack. And
So why not just use them? Why use this one first and then them and
So,
second?
I don't think that the stipulation there under item 10 is precluding the Pets Come First from housing that animal for longer than 7 days, just that they wouldn't have the obligation to. I think that's really the limit, as my understanding, of their willingness to commit, have custody of any dog for that period.
Okay, so again, my question, why not then go to a different group of individuals that provide the same service that don't have that limitation?
There's not a whole lot of them around
Oh.
that are willing to enter into this kind of agreement.
Oh, okay.
I know that
Good enough.
Chief Conrad's really been leading the charge on this, and she's not here this evening,
Yeah.
but she'd probably be able to speak more specifically about their efforts to reach out to some other local kenneling services, but.
Okay, you answered my question. I have another question.
Okay.
In the event that a dog is required to be held a minimum period of time of 10 days for what is commonly referred to as quarantine, the owner shall remain responsible for payment. Okay, so we're talking about animals that we don't know who the owner is. How's that going to work?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think if we don't find an owner, that obligation would fall to the township in all likelihood. In the event that we are able to locate the owner, we would pass that financial obligation on to them.
Okay, so then I don't understand. See, that's what I thought, like the municipality would be paying for it, but then the next sentence is, in no case shall municipality, or shall the municipality, incur any additional expense for quarantine. So then we aren't going to pay for it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I think that quarantining the animal in this capacity would not obligate the township to have additional expenses beyond what were, possibly already incurred, what would be incurred. Maybe, maybe what this statement is reading, so maybe I interpreted it incorrectly, is that in good faith, with an attempt to locate the owner, that obligation for financial burden for quarantining the animal would be passed on to the owner. In absence of that, it appears that the municipality would not have to incur that expense.
So
really
then
have to
Pet
get some
Come First
additional
has to? I
clarification.
mean, somebody has to.
Well, they'd have to absorb that cost.
No, I don't think that's fair. Why don't
Well-
we pay for it if they're providing our service, the service? Anyway, I'm not willing to pass this as it is because it's really ambiguous there, and I know some of us on this board enjoy ambiguous language, but I do not. So,
So would you like
But
to?
you guys will probably want to pass it, but
So
I
would-
don't.
Would you like to make a motion to postpone this to the next meeting?
No, I'd like
in
to
order
see if you'd like to make that motion, based on what I've just drawn out.
You would you?
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Or is it the wrong time? These stray animals, are they strays with dog licenses or licenses where the owner might be found? Or are we talking about a lot of strays that don't have any type of identification at all, like feral cats or?
Typically not
You know,
feral
what are we looking
cats,
at?
no, I mean, we're not, our ordinance officer, she would typically take custody of these dogs if they're reported missing, or if they're found, or whatever, as strays. Some are gonna have identifying designations, and I think that the first effort that she makes is to locate the owner. If they have a tag that has contact information for the owner, we're not typically taking that dog to Pets Come First, or to State College Veterinary Hospital, which is generally our first preferred location for these animals to be housed. It's a lot more centralized, a lot more localized. If there's no designating or readily identifiable information and they're chipped, obviously you have to take that animal to a place that's equipped to read that chip and to get the information off of it. And really, it could be as such, I mean, it could be the case of, you know, the State College Vet Hospital is at capacity, they can't accommodate the animal, so we would then have to take, if we can't find another local shelter for the animal, or somebody to check that designation locally, or to read that chip, we would take it out to Pets Come First, who would be equipped to do so.
I'd like to, do we have a motion?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to amend the motion to read, or to insert that the township manager, upon entering into the agreement with Pets Come First to provide kennel services to the township, negotiate such that the agreement meets, to his best understanding, all of the protections that might need to be made to satisfy our discussion around these ambiguous terms. That's more of an amendment than I needed.
Yeah, that's
Help me.
pretty ambiguous.
Let me redact that.
Kind of in your amendment, maybe as a, the last option somehow, to incorporate that into the amendment, because what I heard Mr. Prablukas say is, you know, we're going to look at the dog tags, we're going to look at the chip. If other animal, like veterinarian shelters or whatever, they're filled, it would be kind of a, maybe a last option for that particular animal to go to Pets Come First?
Actually,
After other things have been exhausted, or, do you know what I'm getting at?
I think we can, I would make a motion that I think would resolve the ambiguity is, I would just move that we remove the line that in no case will the township acquire.
Yes.
Okay.
Extra expensive, however it's worded.
Say it again.
Second that.
Yep.
I didn't hear it, I'm sorry.
The line that says in no case will the township acquire.
Incur any additional expenses for quarantine.
So if we just remove that line, then
Yeah, so,
that takes care of the ambiguity.
yeah, well, my comment on that then is that it leaves, it leaves it to the discretion of the township manager and their sense of animal welfare combined with fiscal responsibility, et cetera, to take care of this. I think I myself am okay with that. It makes it much less ambiguous and puts the onus onto the township manager.
So, any other discussion on the amendment? Pardon?
No, just don't.
The township manager represents the entirety of our community.
So all in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the amendment passes. Now, Is there further discussion on the original motion? All in favor of the motion to authorize the manager to enter into an agreement? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we're on to communications to the board.
I received communication from a resident of the Overlook Heights community, where I represent and live, and we have noticed since construction has begun diverting and changing traffic patterns on Atherton Street, some traffic seems to make their way through the neighborhood, which may have prompted this particular dialogue, and have forwarded a couple of comments to the township manager for follow-up, one regarding line of sight at a particular intersection, and another just regards to the quantity of parked vehicles making traffic go past on some of our streets.
Any other communications? Laura?
I had a lot. I and the rest of the board members had, well, maybe you guys weren't copied, multiple residents requesting that the passive parkland designation be left on the map via email. I had somebody that read our agenda probably more thoroughly than some of us do say that they didn't understand why we were putting money in, so much tax money in for Penn State sidewalks if we can actually use that thing in the agenda, which I forget where it is, which then we decided didn't count for the Coral Street thing. But I'm imagining still stands and just doesn't count for the Coral Street thing because we actually own that or some such like that. So I was wondering, you probably aren't going to allow me to have an answer from staff, but I was just wondering if that passage could have been used to ask Penn State to contribute to that massive, massive infrastructure effort that we just are making on West College with the sidewalks. Could we have used that passage to ask Penn State to pay for some of that?
Well, Dave, I don't know if there's additional restrictions, given that it's state right-of-way as opposed to township roadway there, but maybe you could speak to that.
Is the question, can the township use the ordinance that would require private property owners to install a sidewalk applicable on a state highway? Is that the
Or in
question?
that location, yes.
So that location is a
Yeah.
state highway.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know that we've done that in the past, and I think we did get a solicitor's opinion on that, but I don't recall what it is. In Pine Grove Mills, we got grant money to install a sidewalk on West College Avenue, so we haven't applied it on a state highway that I'm aware of, and I don't know that we can.
If you do have a solicitor's opinion, would you be able to give that to the board? Just so we know for the future. I'm particularly interested in saving people's tax dollars. I don't know, I'm crazy like that. If a landowner like Penn State with a big budget like Penn State's and we're putting in a sidewalk with our taxpayer dollars and there's a way that we don't have to do that, I'm all for that. I doubt the rest of the board would be, but I am.
Yeah, as far as West, I don't know how much dialogue we want to have. I could add more to that if we want. Okay.
Nope.
I have one other though.
We're just up to Coral now regarding that sidewalk. We just went from Buckout to Coral.
Yeah.
And there's more coming yet to Blue Course. So maybe before that happens.
No, the grant was only up to Coral Street.
Pardon?
The grant was only to Coral Street.
Right. But I mean, won't the next piece be out to Blue Course?
There's no intent to extend it at this point.
The sidewalk won't be extended?
Not at this point.
Yeah, we've not applied for grant funding for that other section.
But theoretically, if the solicitor's opinion said that we could ask the landowner to put it in there, we could ask Penn State to run the sidewalk to Blue Course through their golf course entrance, their area. Maybe, I don't know. I guess that's something we'll look into. My last communication to the board was, somebody talked about how wonderful the planning commission minutes were, and that they could really understand everything that occurred there in the planning commission meeting, even though it's not on CNET, and they just wanted to thank you for those wonderful minutes, you and Marcella.
Marcella gets all the credit.
That was my only other communication.
Okay, and I think we are at the point of
Move to
motion to
adjourn.
adjourn.
Second.
We are adjourned.